Presiding, please remove all hats, turn all cell phones and lasers off, please. Thank you. All right, this meeting will come to order. We're going to have prayer and pledge, and we'll have prayer by Commissioner Kennemore, please, sir.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you for loving us, Lord, no matter on good days and bad days, Lord. We ask you to be with us tonight, Lord, as we conduct business. Lord, we pray that everything we say and do, Lord, honor and glorify you. Lord, we thank you for your grace, your mercy, and your endless love. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Commissioner here.
Face flag, please. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let me make this announcement before we go into roll call. We have a sheet here for public forum. We have several people, and I'll go over the rules here in just a few minutes after we do our roll call. If anybody would like to sign that has not signed, we've got several on the list, but we want to make that known. Anybody wants to sign this? All right. If you could, please, we will go into roll call, please.
Bell.
Here.
Bufford.
Here.
Seaberry.
Here.
Gillum.
Here.
Grantham.
Here.
Hensley.
Here.
Jenkins.
Here.
Kilmore.
Here.
Lake.
Here.
Lanier.
Here.
Miller.
Here.
Hope.
Here.
Sane.
Here.
Vickers.
Here.
Weems.
Here.
Wright.
Here. All right. Full house tonight. All right. Now, at this time, we're going to have public forum. This is different from the public hearing for the resolutions. This will be, if you'd like to talk about any item that's going to be on our agenda. State law changed back last year and says we have to put that public forum on the agenda every meeting. So at this time, if you'd like to come up, we're going to limit you, if you could please, to 2 minutes. We have many people that would like to say something tonight, and I'm going to go ahead and start with Ms. Turner. Ms. Janice Turner in there? Okay, good. Thank you, ma'am. If you would, when you come up to this podium here, you may have to adjust your microphone, please, ma'am, to be heard. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Janice Turner. I am the owner of the property located at 494 Fed Corner Road. My purpose for wanting to be on your agenda tonight is to voice my opinion about the vehicles lying in the easement at 492/494 Fed Corner Road in Ohio, Tennessee. I have pictures that I have taken that I would like to share with you all. This is okay?
That's one set. We just pass it around. Go ahead.
Okay. Some of my concerns is having so many unworking, unlegalized vehicles that could cause property value to be decreased. It could also cause unwanted cats that could cause unwanted diseases. Mr. Jim Pierce has worked on this issue several months while continuing to enforce the county code with no success. I am asking your group, county commissioners, to allow Mr. Jim to continue to handle this situation while he continues to follow the policies put in place to remove the car by our county. Does anyone have any questions for me? If not, thank you all for allowing me to be on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Our next is Mr. Fleming. John, please.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to speak about the solar ordinance and hearing section. I think I sent it on the wrong sheet. Can I come back later? We're talking now.
You can address the commission. It's for your time now, and if you'd like to, anybody that would like to back on our resolutions too now, I want to make that clear. It's a public hearing, and anybody that would like to address in the public hearing as well, get up, and we will announce the resolutions, and you'll be able to speak then as well.
All the notes of that moment, so you get to bring that. Thank
You
you.
yield to that time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Number 3, please, John Cooper.
Yield as well, thank you.
You yield.
Yes.
Yes, sir. And we got Bill Dance Jr. Yield for the resolution part. Okay. And Samantha Garner. For, yield as well. Okay. And Mr. Number 6, Mr. Hill.
Yield as well.
Yield as well. All right.
Sir.
Got a lot of folks yielding here tonight. All right. Jerry Parkhurst, please.
I'm not sure why everybody else is yielding. Is it for the resolution regarding zoning?
No, this is just a public forum for comments that you'd like to say
Okay.
anything about any of the items that's germane to the agenda
Okay.
items.
Well, I see zoning resolution here, and I'm not sure, first of all, I'm Jerry Parkhurst. Zoning resolution, and it's my understanding, we came to the, I came, several others came, to the committee, subcommittee regarding, restricting subdivisions, by the county. And it's my understanding, based on the gentleman who's from, I think Jackson, Tennessee, who oversees all the subcommittees to help them and guide them, that a law was passed by the state of Tennessee that any subdivision that is approved by any county or city you cannot modify it in the future. You cannot zone it differently. You can't prevent it from being built on if it is a residential subdivision. And I'm not sure why we're still fighting that issue now 2 months later, but apparently there's some concern about that. And the only thing I think of is that there's a comment that the zoning board, or Jim Pierce, I think, wants to have everybody come forth with $250 to fill out a form to get an exception to that. He's trying to impose a restriction on building on lots of record. And I personally feel that that is totally inappropriate. And I just want to make my feelings
Thank you.
known to the board.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the time.
And it looks like we have Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir, I'm George Harrison. How's everybody? I may need to yield as well, because I'm here for the same issue that Mr. Parkhurst actually is. And is that what you're doing, what I understand about yielding?
If you would like to, sir.
That's what I would.
Yes, sir. And that will be pursuant to the resolution about the lots of record, what you're referring to.
That's
Yes.
correct, sir.
You got several people nodding, all right? Gotcha.
The form is up here and we signed it, so
Yes, sir.
we're good. Thank you.
Allegedly. All right. We have, let's move on, please, to, is it Mr. Walker? Marcus Walker, please. Hi there. Welcome, sir.
My name is Marcus Walker. I live in Hardeman County. My name is Marcus Walker. I live in Hardeman County. I am asking the county commissioner to vote yes on Mr. Wright amendment and request the zoning officer to get approved before filing charges on citizens. Right.
Thank
All right, we'll have next Mr. Fergie, please.
I yield, Mayor.
Yield to Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nolan?
I yield as well.
Yield as well, all right. Ms. Tina, Mr. Bellamy? Yield as well, all right. Mr. Bell, Austin Bell?
Yield.
Yield, all right. And I think this is correct, please forgive me, is that Billy Clayton? Billy, is that you? Okay.
I'm Billy Clayton. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Solar energy. Many of you have been swayed and pressured into a short-term financial opportunity. The long-term damage and destruction of property will be irreparable. For every acre of farmable ground lost, an estimated average is $500 per acre of lost revenue to the businesses that supply chemicals, seed, fuel, and fertilizer. For every acre of lost agricultural land, it's an estimated average of $200 per acre net income to the farmers. At $700 per total acre, $2,000 is $1.4 million. At 5,000 acres, that's $3.5 million. That is per year and every year after. This will be a long-term devastation to the Hardeman County landowners, the residents, the ecosystem, the wildlife, and the local businesses. Solar is not the most efficient source of energy. We have to be long-term for our future. Zoning compliance. Grandfathering in all of life recorded prior to 1993 when it was adopted. Zoning compliance officer, oversight. No one is challenging his responsibility or his authority. Simply allowing review by others to make suggestions and recommendations will hopefully achieve a better resolution. This is a checks and balance system that we all need and should have. Hardeman County has enough pending litigations. As elected officials, you are here to protect and preserve our future. As citizens, we are here to provide information and support. Please vote yes on all three. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton. We have Mr. Caleb Lyons.
So I was going to yield, but I figured I'd make it a two-part sermon. My name is Caleb Lease. I live 190 Patrick Lane, right off of Naylor Road. My family moved here 2.5 years ago. We left Shelby County, bought a couple of acres, and I can tell you that we are more than blessed and glad to be in this community. As I tell everybody, I haven't had a bad soul here, and every day it continues to be proven that there is not a bad soul here. I will be speaking during the discussion over the solar amendment. But what I wanted to share with you prior to speaking, prior to the discussion of the solar amendment, was a reminder that you, all of you up here, you have been elected. You have been given the responsibility and the duty by God and by us as the citizens of Hardeman County to make this decision. And there's no one else that has been granted that authority. There's no one else that you have to be afraid of, no matter how large a company they are, no matter how many lawyers they throw at each of you, no matter how many phone calls you receive, you have the authority. We are placing our trust in you. And so I hope that during this time and during the discussions that you will listen closely to what all parties have to say. And that you will just remember that it is yours. And no one can take that from you.
Thank you, sir. All right, and we have next, I believe, Ms. Okay.
I knew I signed up after.
You knew you were after him. Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Karen Clayton, and I started an online petition on February the 2nd. It pertains to the zoning amendments you will be addressing tonight. 130 people signed on to this petition asking you to vote yes on all three amendments. Zoning affects all of us. Those of you that live in town have your set of zoning ordinances commercial and industrial have theirs, and those of us who choose to live in the areas zoned FAR also have zoning ordinances. I was told that it took 2 years for Hardeman County to adopt zoning. I'm sure property rights were at the center of those debates as they are today. When zoning was adopted in 1993, all of us lost some of our property rights. If you Google disadvantages of zoning, one of the things that's listed is loss of property rights. While we may have lost some rights to zoning, we were supposed to benefit, like having the assurance that our neighbor couldn't do something that would devalue our property or make it undesirable, and protecting us by not allowing our neighbor to place anything on his property that could be considered hazardous or dangerous to us and our community. Solar companies are now installing industrial scale power generating facilities in FAR. They are not forestry, they are not agriculture, they are not residential. I'm asking for the same protections that all residents should have, and that you apply zoning as it was intended and protect my home, my property, my community, and our way of life. As for the lots that were deeded and recorded before zoning was adopted, they should be grandfathered. You cannot adopt new rules and then expect a landowner to have his parcel recorded any more than you can tell a homeowner that his house is now too close to his neighbor and he must remove a room, tear it down, and start over. When it comes to oversight and making sure that we are spending our tax dollars wisely, I think it's a good thing. I, along with 130 of your neighbors, ask you to vote yes on all 3 amendments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Layton. And do we have, Ms. Turner, you've already spoken with, Mr. Cantrell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Buddy Cantrell. I'm the fire chief in Grand Junction, Tennessee. I have been since 2016. I would like to talk about the proposal by the 911 board that they transfer the cost of dispatching the fire departments, the police departments, and other emergency services to the separate cities that have those fire departments. Since 2016 to 2023, Grand Junction answered 289 calls in the county out of 296. 239 calls, I'm sorry, out of 296, where approximately 80% of our calls are outside the city. In 2023 alone, we had 51 calls in the county and only 8 in the city, 75% in the county. The budget of the Grand Junction Fire Department has stayed between $29,000 and $32,000 per year. That does not count approximately $600,000 we have spent that we have been able to get through grants to improve our department, to build us, and to train us. In 2023, we received approximately $7,000 from the county for making those 51 calls. That's approximately $140 a call. In the 911 board now wants to charge us a little over $5,200 for dispatching us mostly to calls. That leaves us a net of $1,800 from those 2 figures. That's $36 for every call we make into the county. I'm sorry. The county needs us, and they should acknowledge that. I think one thing they can do is if they need us, they can call us at their expense and then allow us to do our job as we should. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. I will address some of that here later on in comments from the chair as well. Thank you, Chief. All right, that will conclude the portion for public forum. Is there anyone for transparency's sake. We don't want to leave anybody out. We don't want to leave here and get online and blah, blah, you didn't let us speak. Does anybody want to speak? All right. Let's move on, please. All right, if you would, please, refer to your packet. We have the minutes from last meeting, please. You've had a chance to look over those. And again, let me say congratulations, Ms. Pope, Commissioner Pope. Glad to have you. These were the minutes from our regular session, January the 23rd.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion's been made to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Second by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign, please. All right. All right, now we'll move into reports. And we are going to have okay, we need to do the notaries, please. Everyone has a copy. Need a motion to approve for our notaries.
So moved and read.
Second. Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor, please, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Notaries have been approved tonight. We do want to make one correction. As you'll see on the agenda, we have the zoning resolutions for number 7, and then number 8 for our general sessions judge appointment. The zoning resolutions are going to be extensive tonight. It's going to be quite a time frame on that. So we're going to move them, and that is my decision of chair. We're going to move the general sessions judge appointment before those. So that will be taken before the zoning resolution. At this time, we will move into county officials or departments and committees and reports. Casey, are you here, please? Mr. Swift. Casey's not here. We need to approve this for Mr. Vice Chair, you would. Lisa, you'll be next. You'll be next. In just a second after we go through the quarterly report, Casey, you'll be next.
Mr. Chair, without any representation from the highway department, we still want to make a motion to approve this.
You could table that until next meeting if you would like for Superintendent Swift to be for questions.
Well, I don't want to mess him up as far as anything between now and next month. Usually he has some kind of representative.
He's got it broken down into the districts too, what the proposal is for the mileage. And is any one of these supervisors, and many people may not know this, Hardeman County has road supervisors for their district. Is any one of the supervisors here?
Mr. Mayor, District 2 Supervisor.
Oh, Danny. Come on up, please.
Okay.
Here's one of the board of supervisors here. State your name, please.
Yeah, Danny Doppler from Hickory Valley, District 2.
And it looks like you've got proposed in your district 16.23 miles. Robertson, Cardwell, Mass, Maxwell, Sasser.
Is that in the 10-year plan, Mr. Mayor?
on your 10-year plan.
Yes, sir.
This has been approved by your board already?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this comes,
Everything before you has been approved.
this comes with a positive recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
Prepare this down report.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to approve the quarterly report as read.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion on the quarterly report from the highway department? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying yes. Please signify.
Would you repeat, please?
Yes, if anyone, we're going to approve the report, please signify by saying aye. Well, you are approved. You are approved. Tell Casey we'll sing it.
Okay. I'll give them all on her.
Thanks. I thought it was gonna be here. Yeah, tell me.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, Lisa, if you would please, the Board of Education. I don't think Dr. Smith is here tonight.
Dr. Smith regrets that she could not be here tonight. So you have one budget amendment. It should already be at your desk. You will see that we're increasing our general purpose budget $266,168. Dr. Smith has told you in the past that this past year, the state of Tennessee changed our funding formula. It's now known as TISA. Part of that funding formula is based on student outcomes. So last spring, when our students took their test, they scored well enough to generate us an additional $266,168, and that's what I bring before you tonight.
Move budget amendment to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Any discussion, please, for Lisa? Seeing none. If you don't signify, all those in favor, please signify, saying aye.
Roll call.
I don't know, Madam Clerk, do we need a roll call on that or start with that? Okay. Maybe change that.
Bell,
Yes.
Bufford,
Yes.
DeBerry,
Yes.
Gillum,
Yes.
Grantham,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Kennemore,
Yes.
Lake,
Yes.
Lanier,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Hope,
Yes.
Sane,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
Weems,
Yes.
Wright.
Thank you.
Lisa, do y'all have a date for the whole, the building out behind the lecture?
I do not believe it is yet complete. I do not know. The last time I talked to Dr. Smith, it was not yet fully complete, so I don't know what that is.
I know you've been working.
Close.
Yeah.
Well, it's supposed to have been completed several months ago, but
Well,
it's not yet.
those things happen.
Yes, they do.
Mr. Chair, could I ask this a question?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Butler.
Yeah. Could you just enlighten us on the budget, for the year, at the school board meeting? It's the, you don't know how much it would be from one year to the next?
No, we're beginning to work on our budget now for FY25. Is that what you're asking me?
No, it was from the state, you don't know how
The
much?
TISA?
Yeah.
Okay, TISA. No, in fact, I was on a webinar this morning at about 10 o'clock, and there's things that are put before the state legislature. Like right now, we get $6,860 per student. That is proposed to go to, and please understand I say proposed, to over 7,000 per student. So no, we don't know any of that yet. And we get money for the number of CTE students. There is some question about how that will be funded for next year. We get money for dyslexia students. There's questions on how that will be funded for next year. So no, I don't know that yet. We had our first webinar on that this morning.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question.
Okay.
Well,
Our first estimate is due to us probably around the end of March, 1st of April. That's what they said this morning.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, are there any reports here from our committees or any other officials, any elected officials that we can please? You have a little information.
We'll go over, the criminal reports first. We've had 95 arrests, 78 reports on criminal incidents, 8 drug offenses, 21 thefts and burglaries, 7 traffic offenses, 14 assaults, 2 sex offenses, 4 violations of protection orders, 2 fraud, 1 forgery, 3 vandalism, and 16 others animal juvenile complaints, disturbances from trespassing, false reports, and attempted suicide and loss of property. Litter report, for the month of February, we have picked up 3,100 pounds of garbage. Year to date, we have picked up 116,980 pounds of garbage. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank everybody for being here. Since the sheriff just gave the litter report, I know a lot of you are here because you're passionate about something on the agenda tonight. But since you're all here, I'm not a big social media guru, but I know a lot of you are. Tell your neighbors, tell your friends, tell people you like, don't like. Let's stop this litter. God gave us a beautiful place to live. The sheriff could send his people out and pick up litter 365, 24/7, and they'd still be behind. You want to make comments on social media? You see somebody throwing something out, get on for that. It's horrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Is there any other elected officials? Josh, you need anything tonight? Okay, we'll move into committee reports. Is, Mr. Bale, do you have anything for us tonight? Oh, on building, okay. Law enforcement committee.
Law enforcement, thank you, Mr. Chair. Law enforcement committee met tonight, and the CJC is in desperate need of some maintenance. It's a must. The fire alarm system, the insurance company only wrote a check for 40%, which the check was between $47,000 to $48,000 roughly. The county's gonna have to cover the rest of that cost to get the fire alarm system fixed, up and running. The parking lot needs some repair, and we need to look into a IT tech for the entire county as a whole. That's for the CJC, the mayor's office, for everybody. We need to look into a IT tech, because if you call the IT tech now, they'll charge you anywhere from $125 to $250 per hour for their service. So there's just a few items that we looked over this evening, but the building itself is in dire need of some assistance. That's all we have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, question, I have to ask is, on the election building at the EMS, what's the prognosis there? Just kind of give us a little brief update on that. Are we sitting still, or?
No. I met with the architects on Friday of this past week, Thursday, Friday this past week. We talked for probably about 45 minutes, primarily going through, the dates. And we basically, and I don't remember, I had my calendar in front of me at the time, but working it backwards so that we can get the bids in prior to, the commission meeting and review them, and then that way we can be presented to the commission. We are having hopefully it's a 90% review on, I think it's, Amber's at
28th.
the 28th of this month. So from the architect standpoint, things are moving along, progressing as we hoped. They have had engineers come out for the plumbing and HVAC to do their work. We, I think, gave a notice to proceed for the exterior, the parking lot, with a engineering company out of Hart. Is that, I know you talked to them, didn't you, Todd? So they got a notice to proceed, and the last I talked to him, they were coming up to do core tests to be able to kind of figure out what we needed as far as space, et cetera. We have a little bit more leeway because that's only about a week's worth of work, compared to, the building itself. So hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, we should, we're kind of running on schedule. I don't want to jinx it, but.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Grantham, do you have anything, sir, for historical for the airport?
The only thing, I don't have anything on the airport. The road is complete. Casey Smith with the County Road Department has completed the bypass road to start, finish phase 1. Phase 2 will begin later in June of this year. One other thing I'd like to follow up with was the grant that we discussed in the last meeting about the historical developmental grant from Department of Economic Development. Has the papers been signed on that for the archives building?
Yes,
to receive the 300,000.
Yes, sir. And it's a 73rd.
Yes.
The way they're saying it, yes, sir. Mr. Steve, Southwest Development is, yes, sir.
Very good. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move around. Mr. Skidmore, please.
Solid Waste Committee met February 12th. There are 3 budget amendments that Commissioner Lanier will present here in a little bit, but all 3 come with positive recommendations from Solid Waste.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lane, do you have anything?
No,
And we will, Mr. Lanier, we'll get you in just a second, please, sir. John, do you have anything for the library? All right, thank you very much. We will, we'll move into our budget amendments, please. Commissioner Lanier, if you would, please, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Budget Committee did not meet tonight, expecting that this meeting could get rather lengthy. Most of these are self-explanatory. We'll try to take 1 through 8, and then we may take 9 by itself. We'll start with number 1. Hardeman County Sheriff's Office is deputy towing services, $1,200, crediting office equipment, $1,200, and that line was underfunded to budget the Conoco Minolta contract, and this is just a line item transfer within that budget. Any questions on 1? Number 2, Hardeman County Sheriff's Office, deputy other equipment, $1,500, crediting vehicle maintenance and repair, $1,500. New tires and repairs needed for the drug investigators patrol vehicle. Again, this is just a line item transfer within that budget. Any questions on 2? Number 3, Mayor's Office, deputy fund balance, $38,000, and you should have got an amended number 3. I spoke with Ms. Linda after the original came out, and there was an amendment to number 3. The debit credit balance did not match. On the amended number 3, deputy fund balance $38,000, crediting Contracts with government agencies, $38,000. And this is going back to the old 911 bill. There was only $210,000 budgeted, and the amount ended up being $248,000. Is there any questions on that? Okay, number 4, deputy fund balance, $49,750. This is on the Criminal Justice Center. Credit and repair and maintenance buildings, $49,750. And that's recognizing insurance recovery money and moving to account where expenditures are needed. So that's just insurance pass-through. Any questions on 4? Number 5, county buildings, account 51,800, deputy maintenance and repair buildings, $50,000, credit and capital outlay vehicles, $50,000, and you see on your reason justification, when the courthouse flooded, we were able to use in-house labor, and we used the money to purchase a truck since we have taken on grass cutting at certain county facilities. And we did that in the spring of 23, I believe it says. Any questions on that?
That was insurance money.
Yes, sir. Number 6 is the landfill, the 3 Mr. Kilmore spoke about. The first one, deputy fund balance, $360,000, and crediting other capital outlay, $360,000. In the meeting, Mr. Kilmore regarded, we're buying 2 pieces of equipment and spending some on the building. You got a Komatsu loader, a dozer, and then the building expense. And this just brings that budgeted line item up high enough to cover those 3 amounts on the right, the $226,450, the $409,275, and $125,000. The difference was already in the budget. And that is coming from the landfill fund balance, not the general fund balance. And comes with a positive recommendation from that committee.
Question, is that, upgrading the scale house, or is that upgrading the used to be office out there, or?
Yeah, the recycling buildings.
Office, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on 6? Okay, number 7. Still on landfill, deputy maintenance and repair equipment, $4,500, credit to utilities, $4,500. That's just a line item transfer to bring that line up to par. Any questions on 7? Number 8, landfill, deputy gravel and church, $4,600. Crediting vehicles, $4,600. And the explanation I was given on that one, we had, I think, $50,000 in the budget for a vehicle, and it was over by this much.
Right.
So we got it out of another line item, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions on 8? Mayor, I think the best, if you'd like, we could entertain a motion to approve on amendments 1 through 8 before we take them.
Yes, let's do that. I think that's appropriate. I'll make a motion to approve as presented 1 through 8.
Second.
We have a first and second. Any discussion on the amendments, please? Seeing none, we'll move into roll call vote, please. And these are for amendments 1 through 8. Madam Clerk.
Bell,
Yes.
Bufford,
Yes.
DeBeard. Yes. Gillum,
Yes.
Crawford,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Kenmore,
Yes.
Lake,
Yes.
Lanier,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Pope,
Yes.
Sane,
Yes.
Vickers, Wings,
Yes.
Wright.
Okay, number 9 is from the county clerk's office, and it is debiting that reserve account, not the fund balance, $3,565.80. Crediting deputies $3,000, Social Security $186, retirement $336.30, and Medicare $43.50. And the reason justification out to the right, to give the county clerk's office employees a $600 one-time payment. Amount includes Social Security, Medicare, and retirement amounts, verified uses of reserve funds through Kelsey at CTAS. I did talk to Ms. Linda in the mayor's office, and she confirmed that if this is done, it is legal or up to snuff, I guess you would say, with CTAS. This is not fund balance, this is the reserve account for the county clerk's office.
Question,
Yes, sir.
why? I mean, what is it? Explain it. I mean, a one-time bonus, I don't know.
Because I feel like my ladies deserve it because of the work that they do.
Thank you. Question.
Yes, sir.
What opens up every other department?
Excuse me?
This opens up every other department.
Excuse me? Not trying to be ugly, but I have nothing to do with the other department.
not give raises already?
We did, but that has nothing to do with the work that they do in my office.
What if every other department does that?
They have the right in their, if they have a reserve account, they have their right to do that.
I have a question. So out of this one-time account, Social Security and retirement Medicare will be taken out?
Correct.
And so it's actually not $600, because they gotta take out all of those. Okay.
Correct. It still would be 600.
Yeah, it's that, the 3,600, that will include all of that taken out.
So after, they'll
They will
be
get a
600
little-
after
Yes.
all those. Thank you.
We have clarified this was CTAS, right? That's what you said, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And let me clarify that, please. And that's coming out, departments have different funds, so let's be very clear on that. She has a reserve fund, so that's coming out. That will get her through the end of this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, all these that have been amended, it will be into a new budget for the new budget year, which will then start in July.
This account, is it up to her discretion how she uses it?
Yes, sir.
If it's within the guidelines of what it can be used for.
And according to this, it says it is, correct?
Yes, yes, sir. And Madam Clerk, my question would be, do you know how much is in that account before this amendment?
I'm thinking after this, it will probably be like 18,000.
That's still in there?
Yes.
I make a motion that we, pass as been stated by Commissioner Lanier.
Second.
Okay. We have a first and second on the floor. Any discussion on the amendment, please? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we're going to a roll call vote, please.
Bell,
Yes.
Bufford,
Yes.
DeBerry,
Yes.
Gillum,
Yes.
Grantham,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Kennemore,
Yes.
Blake,
Yes.
Lanier,
No.
Miller,
Yes.
Pope,
Yes.
Sane,
No.
Vickers,
No.
Wings,
Yes.
Wright.
No.
Motion passes.
That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. All right, next we have, on our reports, each year we do a delinquent tax sale. That's going to be coming up in March. But the county for the last several years has passed a resolution that we do not buy back in property with environmental risk. And this goes to the Kellogg and Associates. And we pass this each year. And you have this in your resolution, in your packet. If you've had time to look at that. That's a one-year resolution. Motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the resolution for the delinquent tax property with environmental risk? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed on the same side. All right, we did have on the agenda tonight for Commissioner Marr. He is not able to be with us. We recognized him a few weeks ago. Commissioner Marr, as you know, was the longest serving commissioner at the time of his retirement for 30 years. He served under several mayors, and as one of the former mayors here, Mayor Spencer. And but we would like to honor Commissioner Morrow in an appropriate time when he and his family can be here. And we had a nice, a very nice time with him and his family at the Ag Center. And but we wanted to recognize him here from the full commission, and he's unable to be with us tonight. So we'll move that item to next month, and hopefully he will be here with us, and so we can celebrate with him. All right, at this time we're going to move into number 8, please, which is general sessions, judge appointment. And what we have in mind is to have question and answers, and I'd like for each of the candidates to come up and to introduce themselves to the county commission, and then we will have question and answers for each of those. And then after that time, there will be someone presumably who will make the motion to for whoever would like to be judged to be second, and everyone has to vote. So at this time, we would like to call to the podium, if you would please, Ms. Thompson.
Ladies first. Well, if you don't know me already, I'm Harriet Thompson, and I've sent each one of the commissioners a letter of introduction, and I hope you all have received it. I also sent the mayor a letter of application, and I hope he sent that on to you. That told you a little bit. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to treat you sort of like a jury. That was a little bit about me, but I just want to go briefly through my educational background. I graduated from Vanderbilt. I went to the National School of Law and graduated in 1990. I took the bar exam that same year and passed the first time. Very happy about that. And I came to Hardeman County in 1991 and started practicing law here. And I moved to the county and have lived here ever since then. I have been in the court system that entire time. I've done trial work. I practiced in general sessions. I practiced in chancery court. I practiced in circuit court. I have taken some cases up to Court of Appeals, and also I argued one case at the Tennessee Supreme Court. I'm very happy about that because we made some new law with that. But as to another thing that I think I put in my resume is this last year I was elected a fellow to the Tennessee Bar Foundation, which is a very high honor to be chosen. And there are several other attorneys in Bolivar who have been chosen, so I'm a fellow with them. And that would be Morris Denton had been a fellow, Judge Carey and Judge Denton have all been elected fellows, and I was elected a fellow last year. So, as to my judicial experience, I have been a judge in Hornsby forever. And I don't know, I tried to figure out how many years. I've done it at least 20 years, I did, but maybe more. And then I was appointed city judge for Bolivar in 2022 and also for Middleton. So I do have experience being a judge. One of the things when you are a city judge, you can join the Tennessee Municipal Conference. And I joined it immediately after becoming a judge in Hornsby. And one of the things about that is besides being updated on the law, you attend conferences twice a year, you also are taught how to be a judge. And we have judges from the National judicial conference who come and teach us how to be a judge, and we learn about being a judge. So I guess for 20 years, I've learned, at least in the classroom, about being a judge, and I have practical experience also. As to what I would do in general sessions court, or what my experience is, I have practiced in all areas of general sessions court. General sessions court is not just the criminal cases, that's what you hear a lot about, but it has criminal and it has civil. In criminal cases, of course, if it's a misdemeanor, you can have a trial, you do search warrants, you do seizures, that sort of thing, and conceivably you do hearings, preliminary hearings, to see if a case would be bound over to the grand jury for a felony offense. Also, there's a civil side for general sessions, which would be people suing on an eviction, debts, damages with a car accident, bits of possession. That's just some of the areas. But I've practiced in all those areas. I've had a case, at least one, in probably every area of that. And then our general sessions has a juvenile court jurisdiction also. I think many years ago, there used to be a separate juvenile court from general sessions, and that was combined. So our general sessions judge has juvenile court jurisdiction. And in juvenile court, once again, there's two sides to it. There's a civil side and there's a criminal side. The criminal side is when you hear about delinquency and unruly petitions, and I've done those. And then as to the civil side, which is almost unbelievable how many things that covers, but it covers paternity, child support, parenting plans, custody, visitation, and dependency and neglect. So that is a big area of the law, and I've had a lot of experience in that and have done a lot of cases. Also, general sessions has orders of protection. It also has, our county has Western mental health hearings on probable cause before you go on to a judicial hearing. And then let's see, our last area that our county has, not every county has this, but people are getting, is recovery court. We have a recovery court. And so I have been involved with recovery court ever since the beginning. That was Judge Devon's sort of baby, I would say, and he started it, and I've been involved with that as well. The other thing is, the thing about going back to being a judge, I guess I'm jumping around here, but I have had the opportunity to serve or practice, I should say, under 3 judges. Judge Hornsby was the first judge I practiced under, then Judge Carey and Judge Finn. All have been excellent judges and all have been knowledgeable, fair, and impartial. And I hope that if you choose me in this application process, that I could incorporate all those characters and strengths that they have into how I would be a judge, because I've had great examples. Now, the other person that I have to mention today, who has been a wonderful example to me, is Morris Denton. Morris Denton was, I would say, the consummate trial lawyer in this county. And of course, he taught me a lot of things, and he taught all the lawyers who've ever practiced here how to be professional, how to be on time, how to be prepared, how to be kind to other lawyers who might be struggling, because sometimes you didn't always know, and always how to see 2 sides of a case. And that's one of the things that you have to do when you're a judge. You have to see both sides of the case, and you have to listen and be able to weigh the facts against the law, and that's part of being a judge. But the greatest compliment that Morris Denton ever paid me was he was always the president or the leader of the Bar Association, and when he retired, he chose me to take over that spot and to carry on our Bar Association. So I've tried to follow in his footsteps and do that, but I'm not sure if I've done it as well as he has. But anyway, anything else? I guess I would just say this, certain people have asked me different questions. One question someone asked is, why do I want to be the General Sessions judge? I did not ever think about being a judge. I had always wanted to practice law. I love practicing law. I love it. I love I love learning about the law, I love practicing. But, and I always wanted Judge Denton to continue and finish his term. He was not able to, and he decided not to. And when he made that final decision that he was going to retire, I had people in the community come to me and ask me would I consider running or applying. And I did, after I heard my family say it, my friends say it, some of my clients say it, and people in the community. So I would like to show them that their confidence in me is what's showing me the way to go, and I'd like to apply for this position. I will say this, because of my experience in all the areas, if you said I had to start tomorrow, I think I could, because I practice law in all those areas. So I think I would know what to do. If there's anyone who has, I don't know, Mayor, do you want to do it as questions now?
Yes,
or,
if any of the commissioners like to ask any questions for Ms. Thompson this time.
How do you plan to keep the crime rate down?
Okay, well, I knew someone would ask that. Well, of course, it's a group project about keeping the crime rate down. Of course, the sheriff's department is in charge of arresting people, finding someone and arresting people. I think the district attorney's office, public defender's office, the attorney's offices are in charge of presenting their cases to the court. But I think the judge has to be firm and follow the law. And if a certain case is presented to you and the facts are such that punishment needs to be dealt out, that's what you have to do. I think people have asked things about bonds and things like that. Of course, having been a lawyer, I'm always saying the answer to your question is always hire a lawyer. But, that's the thing. The court can't be your lawyer. The judge can't be your lawyer. The judge has to be impartial. The judge has to be fair. The judge has to listen to the facts and apply it to the law. I would do that. I don't know if that is going to bring the crime rate down. I'm not sure, but I would do that as the judge.
Is there any other questions, please?
Yeah, I got one.
Yes.
Would you have to, would you continue to be the city judge of Hornsby, Middleton, and Bolivar?
Well, there would not be a conflict. There would not be any sort of conflict. I certainly, if I were appointed the interim, I would continue to do that because I would not want to leave any of those municipalities without a judge. And then of course, if I were appointed, I'm going to run in the general election. And so at that point in time, I would make a decision. I will say this, that I would devote all my time and attention to all of my jobs. And that's how I would do it. Hornsby doesn't meet very often for court. They have a limited number of court sessions. Bolivar and Middleton meet one afternoon per month. And so I think I could handle that because this is a part-time position. And I will say this, I would continue my law practice because I do love the law, but it would be very, very different, my law practice, because there would be many things I could no longer do. And so I would have to limit that. But yes, I would want to.
Thank you.
Yes,
I have a
Ms.
question to them. So are you saying that there would be no kind of conflict of interest if you continue with the city of?
No, there is no conflict. I've checked about that. There is no conflict. And many other jurisdictions have it that way, where the city judge and the county judge or the general sessions judge are the same. Yes.
And, earlier, I think that, you answered it. It's not determined by you to, for a bond issue, to make a bond if a crime has been committed. It's not.
No, the judge does set the bond.
Okay.
Yeah, the judge does.
So, how would you go about in, determining, I guess this is her question. A bond, say, well, I guess it goes by the crime, whatever the crime
Yes,
is, right?
that has something to do with it, yes. Yes. And a lot of people, once they hire an attorney, they ask for a bond reduction.
Right.
But one of the things when I practice law, now I don't know if everyone does it this way, but I reasons that the court should consider reducing someone's bonds. That it ties to the community, they have employment where they would be supervised. And now I think on some bonds, they're even considering monitors while people are out on bond wearing ankle monitors as part of their.
But the reason I asked you that question is because I know that, particular subject is now gonna be, one of the legislators has brought it to the House. And that's the reason I asked you that question, okay?
Yes, and one of the things they're bringing to the House, I think, is they're increasing the number of crimes that would not be eligible for bond, that you could refuse to set a bond, or you do not have to. That's something that's in front of the legislature right now. Right. And I did think, someone also asked me about second offenses, like how if someone committed a crime, they were out on bond and then committed a second offense. Well, bond is supposed to make sure you appear in court. That's the purpose of a bond. But if you don't take the privilege of being out on bond seriously, and you commit another crime, then obviously it wasn't beneficial to you. And I think the court has to look at that. But I think one of the things always is to, if you have a lawyer involved, the lawyers know how to present a case. We're going to have bonds. I think that's everything. Okay. I'll sit down. If you think of anything else,
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Next, we'll have Mr. Griggs, please, sir.
Good evening. Your opponents, and to all of you Christians, I thank you all for the time. Thank you all for the time and for allowing me to be here this evening to solicit your support in this position. My name is Ricky Griggs. I was born and raised here in Hardeman County. The only time I've really spent away from Hardeman County is when I went to college. I did my undergraduate work at Grambling State University, which is in Louisiana. Went to law school at Southern University, which is in Louisiana. And at Grambling, I was lucky enough to meet my wife, sitting back there. And now we've been together for 42 years, married for 34. And she still lets me come home. That's where I met her. I got out of law school, and I was commissioned as a JAG officer in the United States Army. I was stationed at 2 different installations over a 5-year period of time. And during those 5-year periods of time, one was at Fort Lee, Virginia, the other one was at Fort McPherson in Atlanta, Georgia. And I was on active duty doing Desert Storms right when it was starting up. And one of our primary responsibilities was preparing soldiers who were going to the war, to the theater of war. And what we did, we prepared wheels, and we also counseled and enabled them to be somewhat more mentally prepared to go to the theater. During that time, I also served as the chief of claims. And this was back in 1992, which tells you all how old I am. And at that time, I was responsible for 4 people that worked under me. I was responsible for a budget that was $900,000 30 years ago. So that gives you an idea of the experience that I have, the budgets and also the supervisory skills. One of the things that I really pride myself on is that during those times also, I served as a trial counsel. And I was responsible for prosecuting soldiers under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Didn't matter what level of soldier they were enlisted or officers. I prosecuted from the lowest enlisted personnel, and one of the most memorable cases that I have, and I feel proud of, is that I prosecuted a full-bird colonel who was on the list to be promoted to general officer for shoplifting. I was responsible for that. So I have experience as a prosecutor. Not only did I prosecute under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, I was a special assistant U.S. attorney. And I was responsible for prosecuting civilians who would come on the installation and commit offenses. not just misdemeanor offenses, but felony offenses. I was responsible for acting in U.S. District Court, prosecuting people for offenses that were committed on the installation. In 1995, I moved back here to London, Iowa. We've been living here ever since that time. We've raised 3 sons in this community that I could not be more proud of. They're my boys, my love and dearly. They weren't always the easiest things to deal with, but we were able to raise them and they're doing well now. Being brought up in this community. I was in private practice in Hardeman County for about 4 years before starting to work with the Public Defender's Office. And during that time, I was a defense counsel, representing folks in criminal courts. I also practiced in civil court from the perspective of prosecuting or filing lawsuits against people and also defending lawsuits against people. And while I've been with the Public Defender's Conference, I'm responsible for representing juveniles that are charged with criminal offenses. So I've got a wide range of experience when it comes to actual practice in courts. I know that one of the major concerns for everybody around here, and if you're not concerned about this, then maybe there's something wrong with you, but everyone should be concerned about crime in Hardeman County. And one of the things that we have to take into consideration, especially when it comes to youthful offenders, they're becoming more and more of them nowadays. And I think there are provisions under the law that allows us to take out, I won't say take out, but it allows us to hold parents responsible for some of the actions of their children. And I'm of the impression that if you start hitting me in my pockets for some money that's something that my kids do, I'm inclined to make my children do a better job. Another thing that I want to do is I want to initiate a program that's called restorative justice. And what that does is it enables the juvenile to sit down with the victim of their crime and get an idea from that person what it really feels like to be victimized. And I think if we could do that and get an early start with some of these juveniles that are committing offenses, it has the ability to turn them around and maybe even stop, lower the level of crimes that are being committed by juveniles in Hardeman County. There are a couple of things that I want to do. Anybody who's ever come to court on Tuesday on a criminal day, you hurry up and wait. It's a matter of just sitting around waiting for your turn. I currently practice with the Public Defender's Office in Magnesia County, which is part of the 25th Judicial District. It also includes Hardeman County. And we initiated a program over there where the Public Defender's Office would get together with the DA's office 2 or 3 days in advance of the court. The DA would make offers. I would receive those offers, relate them to my clients. If my clients accepted them, then I would explain to them their defenses. If they accepted them, we were ready for court. If they didn't accept them, I could go back and negotiate even further. And to give you an idea of how well that works, 2 Thursdays ago, I had 17 cases on the docket. 17 people who were in jail that I handled. And we were done, court starts at 9 o'clock, and by 10:15, I was done with my cases because of that preparation in advance. And that's something that I want to do here in Hardeman County to encourage the local attorneys to get together in advance in order that we can expedite court and get it done instead of having people to sit and to wait for all day to have their cases heard. Another thing that I want to do is we all are concerned about saving money. And I can only imagine how much money you all are putting in Sheriff Dooley's budget. Depending on who you're talking to, it costs anywhere from $30 to $70, if not more, to house an inmate a day. And if he probably has the capacity to hold about 179. If you multiply that by $70 a day, look at the money that's coming out of his budget. One way to resolve that is this. Arraignments can be held and should be held on a more frequent basis. And by doing that, the minor offenses, people get locked up on weekends for public intoxication. A lot of folks are charged with criminal trespass. The minor offenses, if they are arraigned on a more frequent basis, then they're likely for their cases to be resolved and not sit in jail for a week, 2 weeks before their case is heard at the expense of the county sheriff. That's one thing that I want to do. I want to expedite court from that perspective to resolve those cases in a quick manner in order that we can save money. Another thing that we're doing in Madison County that I think will work here is this. There are a lot of offenses, the low-level minor offenses, that for which citations can be issued, as opposed to arresting them and putting them in jail. And for those, you never have to take them in other than for them to come down to the jail, have their picture taken, be booked in, and be booked out. And we can do that more frequently on minor offenses. I don't believe it should be done on violent offenses. You're charged with domestic assault or assault, things of that nature, maybe you should spend some time in jail before you see the judge. But for cases, we do it on a regular basis in McNair County for shoplifting. And we even do it on some misdemeanor drug cases, for example, paraphernalia or marijuana. Now, I'm not a fan of doing it with more serious drugs. For example, methamphetamine, simple possession of that carries a mandatory minimum of 30 days of jail time. And in instances like that, I'm of the impression that person should remain in jail until their case is resolved. Those are ideas that I have that we could use and implement to expedite the court proceedings here in Hardeman County. And that way we're not having court all day, not taking up people's time when it comes to them participating in court. So those are things that I'm looking at doing if I'm provided with this opportunity. I think that I am uniquely qualified from the perspective of having prosecutorial experience and also having defense experience. I have both of those defense and prosecutorial experience when it comes to civil cases also. So I believe that qualifies me to be better apt to handle the duties of judge of General Sessions Court. I think there was something else I wanted to mention to you folks. One of the things that I'm finding, I've spoken to several law enforcement officers here, and one of the things that I'm finding is that they go out, they do the dirty work. They arrest people. They bring them to jail. And the next thing you know, they're back on the streets. The DA is responsible for prosecuting cases. And I want that understood. The judge has no say in that matter. The DA knows what they can prove and what they can't prove. So sometimes they will reduce some cases to lower level and have people plead. Now, it's up to the judge to make sure that that is an adequate disposition of the case. To be sure that a person who is charged with a felony can't be proceeded on as a felony. And in addition to that, if the DA does make that decision to reduce the case, and they make an offer in regards to the jail time that the person serves, that person is put on probation. And I've seen here when I substitute in Hardeman County, how someone can be on probation and have a petition filed to violate their probation 4, 5, 6 times, they be reinstated to probation. Once they're placed on probation, then it's in the judge's hand. And at some point, you just have to say no. At some point, you have to say, you've been given 1, 2, 3, 4 opportunities to be in the community to comply with the provisions of probation, and you choose not to. And at that time, the decision has to be made for them to serve the remainder of their sentence. And when we are clearing out the jails from the perspective of dealing with the minor offenses more quickly, then we have room in jail for those people who are not willing to comply with the provisions of probation. I think that's one thing that should be done differently. That's one thing that I'm seeking to do if you all appoint me to this position. Thank y'all for your time. Y'all have any questions?
Griggs, I have a couple of questions. You're a public defender right now in Somerville, Tennessee?
Selma.
Selma, okay. I've reviewed both resumes closely, and I don't want to miss this in case you didn't get it in there or something, but have you any judicial experience or bench time?
No, I don't. But again, I think I'm suited for that because I have practiced both as defense counsel and actually even as a prosecutor in court.
Thank you.
And what that does is that gives me a better idea of how things really should be done after I've seen how they're done from both sides. Any more?
Any questions?
If I may address the issue of bond.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, you
still have the floor, sir.
I heard what was questions that were asked in regards to bond issues, and I'm inclined to agree with Ms. Thompson that if a person is out on bond, commit another offense, really at that point the judge has the authority to revoke that previous bond and require that person to remain in jail until both cases are resolved. Being on bond and being on probation is actually a privilege. And when you don't abide by that privilege, there are consequences. Another thing is I really believe that the state legislators have determined in advance what bond should be set at. If you look at offenses under Tennessee law, all of them have a maximum amount of punishment or fines rather that a person can be given. For example, a Class C felony, the fine is $3,000, Class B, $5,000, Class C, $10,000, Class B, $25,000, and Class A, $50,000. And I'm of the impression that every case is on a case-by-case basis, but generally, bond should be set at an amount that the legislators determine is an appropriate fine. Now, in some instances, more is warranted, depending on the history of the offender. If you're a repeat offender, you're not warranted or to be given those same courtesies as people who are first timers. And thus the practice that I will institute, if you all will give me this opportunity to be the next general sessions judge.
Any questions, please?
No questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs.
Thank you.
You've heard from both candidates. At this time, we will open the floor for nominations, and that will be, Ms. Moore, when is the election for general sessions?
It'll be in August.
In August, okay.
They'll have till, June 4th, I think, so that's
Okay, this is the interim.
They can't get the petition up until after March 31st when Mr. Denton's term ends.
Right. Make it clear, this is the interim term. Judge Denton will step down at the end of next month. And at that time, whoever's elected here tonight will be sworn in. We're going to actually swear them in tonight so they could shadow the current judge. But he said today, he said, no, let's do that at the end of March. So at this time, we'll open the floor for nominations, please.
Mayor Post.
Yes, you're recognized.
Yes. At this time, I just want to make a brief statement that I reviewed both submittals to this commission by each applicant. And at this time, I would like to, based on judicial experience, I'd like to nominate Ms. Harriet Thompson.
All right, Ms. Thompson has been nominated. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Bell, a second. Are there any nominations that are coming from this commission?
Mayor Post, at this time, I would like to make a nomination to appoint Mr. Ricky Griggs to finish out the interim of Judge Denton.
Second.
And who seconded? All right. Usually, when this happens, we'd say, is there nominations or nominations cease? But there are only two candidates. So we will, at this time, historically, this has been moved into a session where you go into roll call vote. So it would be public record. And what you would do, when your name is called, you will either say Griggs or Thompson. And at this time, we'll move into vote. Roll call vote, if we could. Madam Clerk.
Bell.
Thompson.
Bufford.
Griggs.
DeBerry.
Thompson.
Gillum.
Thompson.
Grantham.
Thompson.
Hensley.
Thompson.
Jenkins.
Griggs.
Kenmore.
Thompson.
Lake.
Griggs.
Lanier.
Thompson.
Miller.
Griggs.
Pope.
Griggs.
Sane.
Thompson.
Vickers.
Thompson.
Williams.
Griggs.
Wright.
Thompson.
You have to tell me. All right, due to the roll call vote, Ms. Harriet Thompson has been elected as interim judge. Congratulations, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Thompson, you will be sworn in, Judge Denton, at the end of March. All right. All right, now, we will move now for our zoning resolutions. We have on the docket tonight basically 6 resolutions. There's option 1 and 2 that are really combined, but on the first one, we need to move into a public hearing. But according to our legal counsel, Dale, do we need to move into legal, or we just go ahead and go into, say, public hearing, and then we'll read off the resolution? Okay. And there's people leaving, so if y'all would, you may want to make some room for the folks that are standing up. And there are some chairs. Billy, there's a chair by you up there, fold out, if anybody wants to sit down. And all right. So we will have a public hearing. Move into public hearing. And the first resolution that I have that was printed for notice of public hearing was the resolution to amend Chapter 5, provisions governing FAR, Sections 5.02, uses permitted on appeal, letter K of the text of Hardeman County zoning resolution be deleted in its entirety, and amending Chapter 14, the provisions governing I-2 restricted industrial districts, Section 14.02, uses permitted on appeal by providing provisions for power generation plants. Commissioners, do y'all have those in front of you? We'll start with that one. And then we do have our planning commission here tonight. Of course, Mr. Williams will be able to answer questions. We have our chair, Mr. Moore, that's here tonight, Mr. Shelton, Mr. Andy Shelton's here as well, Mr. Jim Mitchell. All right, would anyone like to comment on our resolution to amend Chapter 5, the provisions governing FAR? And we had several that had yielded at that earlier comments for the public hearing. We have some, Mr. Fenton? Okay.
Mayor, if I may? Yes, sir. Would it be better, I was designated by the planning commission to present, would it be better for the commission if I got up and presented this and took them on each one on a per-base basis, maybe to?
Yes. Yes. Mr. Cunningham, if you would, please give us a second. Mr. Shelton, if you would come up, please. And we have Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor,
as well.
could you have folks talk into the mic? We're having a terrible time here.
Can you not hear
People up there. That gentleman in the blue shirt comes to great music too. Let's get up in front of the mic and talk. We can't hear you.
Okay. You mean the commissioner here? Okay. Mandy, if you would pull that mic down, make sure that we had trouble earlier. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if you would, can you review where, I don't have it on the agenda, I'm not sure where, as many resolutions as we have on the floor tonight, which one to start on, I'm not really sure, I just want to.
You got the reach right here. If you would, please. The first is about provisions governing FAR and deleting the text, letter K of the text of the resolution be deleted in its entirety and amending chapter 14.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to take this on a one-for-one basis and we'll just start at number one and work our way down? Is that how we want to tackle this? My apologies, I'm new to this as it relates to presenting a resolution to this governing body as it is. Okay, I guess the first one that we want to address is the, I guess we call it the power plant resolution, a little controversy there. So what I have is a kind of a timeline on how we got here. How did we end up with me standing up in front of you and talking about this, that is here tonight. Hello, Commissioners and Mayor. I was selected by the Planning Commission to introduce some of the zoning amendments to the County Commission tonight. Before I present my introduction of the industrial zoning resolution, which most people consider merely as a solar amendment, I want to give a history lesson on zoning. This is because there's been a sudden interest in zoning and the public has a severe misunderstanding of what's coming before this board tonight. Hardeman County adopted zoning in September of 1993. On this date is when the citizens of Hardeman County handed over the power to this county commission to make decisions of their land rights. The county adopted a set of zoning laws and set regulations that affect every single piece of property in the county. Some of these regulations have been added, some deleted or amended. That's what we're here to do tonight, to amend a few existing regulations and provisions. These amendments come from the county officials, boards, or even the public. All amendments must first be reviewed by the Planning Commission. It is state law. I happen to have been asked by Mayor Saint in March of 2022 to sit on the Planning Commission. I've been personally attacked in recent weeks for being on this planning board and trying to perform what I consider a civic duty. I feel all appointed board members try to do their best in making decisions that is in the best interest of the county. No decision will satisfy everyone, so we rely on participation by the public to give us input on the decisions we make. Unfortunately, the public only gets involved at the last minute and fall into the trap of thinking they have been left out of the process of opposing sides of the issue and sometimes politics. We have an issue before us tonight that up to a couple weeks ago seemed like it was something only politicians in a certain industry wanted in the county. That issue being our industrial zoning resolution that addresses all power plants and includes solar. This issue arose in February 2022, a month before I joined the Planning Commission. There were a couple options specifically for solar back then. We had another option presented to this County Commission in May of 22 by a citizen group. In approximately November of 2022, our state planner with Southwest Development District recommended a version of the new proposed solar regulations, and the Planning Commission voted to approve that plan. In early December 22, the Planning Board held a workshop to discuss the proposed solar provisions. This was a 6-hour meeting. If I recall, there were only 2 county commissioners at that workshop. There were 3 planning commissioners the entire 6 hours, many members of the public, and a few politicians that came and went. There were also solar attorneys and representatives from 2 solar companies there the entire 6 hours. Our workshop gave the solar companies almost 4 hours of the floor to tell us what they desired and how proposed solar regulations were illegal, arbitrary, and capricious. There was only 1 member of the public out of all the people in the workshop that showed up in favor of less restrictions on solar. Due to this warning of a likely lawsuit by the solar industry and attorneys, our Planning Commission voted for a moratorium in the middle of December to give us a chance to draft something that was not going to single out solar. In January of 2023, this county commission unanimously agreed and voted for the moratorium. However, for some reason in March of 2023, this commission decided to grandfather 2 projects. Both the January and March solar issue county commission meetings were overwhelmingly dominated by citizens' desire of more restrictive solar regulations. It appeared the only people supporting solar were government officials and solar representatives. In September of 2023, this commission asked us the status of solar regulations and moratorium. The zoning department presented a 1-page report that informed everyone that there would be upcoming meetings in the Planning Commission over the next couple of months, and a resolution would be coming out before the moratorium expired. The Planning Commission, zoning staff, citizens, and our planner have been taking suggestions and working on a resolution throughout 2023. In October of 2023, there was a public meeting and a draft of the industrial power plant provisions that were introduced. Again, all types of power plants had to be addressed, as to not single out one particular kind. Otherwise, we would have to keep making special provisions for other types of power plants. Otherwise, we would get sued. Only Commissioner Wright and Commissioner Bell attended this meeting along with other citizens who wanted more restrictions on industrial scale power plants. The regulations were discussed and a public hearing was set for the November planning meeting, and that was run in the bottom bulletin. In November of 2023 meeting and public hearing, only a few citizens showed up and spoke to adopt the newly drafted industrial regulations. The Planning Commission discussed the matter, including our findings and facts as to why we voted for the resolution before you tonight. I personally have had conversations with Commissioner Grantham, Commissioner Bell, and Commissioner Wright. No other planning commissioner ever mentioned they were contacted by the industry, politicians, or citizens in regard to this matter. I personally asked almost everyone I saw over the past year as to their opinion. Most wanted no solar at all. I personally think we need a place for solar, and have stated that on the record many times. This is the first opportunity this legislation has come before the county commission due to bad weather last month. This issue has had plenty of vetting by all parties. To be hearing from a special interest at the last minute is quite disturbing. Our planning commission did our job. We did it fairly and based upon the information provided and the input from all parties. Politics or personal opinion has not come into play on these matters, and there have been some allegations of this sort of thing. I just wanted to get these comments on the record. Now, to the job I was asked to do by the Planning Commission this evening. On your agenda is the industrial zoning amendment, which includes commercial slaughterhouses, junkyards, sewage plants, solid waste sites, power plants, and related provisions and definitions. This amendment comes to you with unanimous vote of approval and a positive recommendation by our regional planning commission. First, I want to clarify a couple of things before I begin my introduction of this amendment. This amendment does not take away the grandfathering of the 2 solar facilities addressed in the March 2023 meeting. These 2 facilities asked to be grandfathered and held to all existing provisions and definitions of our zoning resolution and were granted that request. Second, this is not a solar resolution which has been considered in 2022. This amendment addresses all I-2 uses permitted on appeal, provisions and land uses. As 1 year ago, on January 17th of 2023, this county commission was presented a moratorium resolution on solar farms as defined by our zoning ordinance. Our planning commission voted unanimously last December in 2022 to request a moratorium for several reasons. We wanted to get the opinion of the state-appointed TASER committee to evaluate if it will lead the state in mandatory solar provision on 2 counties. It appears the report likely will not produce any state action in exempting solar from county zoning. We wanted to have time to evaluate the public's opinion and desire for utility-scale solar plants, as well as opinion on the effect on agriculture in the county. We wanted to address legal issues raised by solar representatives and attorney at our public forum in December of 2022. This county commission voted unanimously for the solar application moratorium over a year ago in order to give our planning commission the opportunity to bring you a good, solid zoning resolution that will protect the public's interests and desires and give solar a place to go. I feel this amendment accomplishes that task. The amendment resolution before you is a revision of our I-2 restricted industrial zoning district, industries considered to be hazardous or of obnoxious nature. Even through the solar moratorium started the discussion that prompted this amendment. This resolution has far-reaching zoning effects on several other industrial uses. The current I-2 district considers certain industries the worst of the worst and have deemed them uses permitted or allowed on appeal. They are considered conditional uses. Conditional uses have provisions that include and go beyond the existing zoning regulations of a district and require some industries to be further regulated. Currently, I-2 restricted industrial district uses permitted on appeal include large-scale commercial slaughterhouses like meat processing plants, of which live animals are slaughtered and processed on site, and large commercial junkyards. This designation also includes some utilities as defined by the Standard Land Use Code manual. These are non-government sewage treatment plants and non-government solid waste facilities. The reason I remind you this is these industries have been in I-2 uses permitted on appeal since the inception of our zoning in 1993. In 2015, this legislative body took out one specific type of power plant, solar farms, and gave it preferential treatment and allowed it to go in the FAR, the Forestry, Agricultural, and Residential District, and provided few restrictions noted in uses permitted on appeal. Solar farms, as defined by this county commission, are for a limited and specific use. Solar farms are designated to go near existing government or public utilities that own land on which could provide substations, inverters, storage facilities to utilize the DC current generated from the panels. Solar farms are specifically defined by Hardeman County to merely serve as an auxiliary power plant to subsidize existing infrastructure on private land by private developers in nearby public utilities. Our current solar farm definition limits all solar farms strictly to DC current power generation. Our power problem today is large-scale private power plant corporations are attempting to exploit our very limited and existing provisions and have been ignoring our current regulations. We have allowed ourselves via political pressure and outside influence to ignore the current provisions and regulations in place. The public's opinions and concerns regarding power plants is quite clear. I personally polled our planning commission last month to see how many of the sitting county commissioners contacted them over the past year to give your personal input or to translate your constituents' input to members of our board. According to the other 6 members of the planning commissioners, not one of the county commissioners reached out to any other planning commissioners in regard to this issue. I personally had 3 of the commissioners reach out to me and tell me you and your constituents wanted more restrictions on solar plants. In the moratorium debate in January of 2023 and the grandfather debate in March of 2023, in this chamber, the overwhelmingly opinion of the public and citizens was more restrictions on this industry. It appeared the only oppositions to more restriction was from politicians in the solar industry itself. This issue before us has the potential to be the most controversial issue to face Hardeman County since zoning was adopted in 1993, and with the exception of the present, almost 25 years ago. Our board and our citizens have showed up, participated, provided input, listened to all parties, attended meetings and forums, called in our opinions, and prayed for good judgment. A lone city planning commissioner has constantly commented on creating a way the county commission could have a say in some of these controversial industries. This amendment before you does just that by taking solar farms out of the FAR, agriculture and residential uses permitted on appeal, and putting it where it belongs in I-2 use on appeal. The county commission will be one of the first to get to decide if they really want a utility-scale solar power plant way out in the country on a particular parcel. This amendment will require rezoning. If this body grants the zoning, these industries would have to abide by the provisions within this amendment. Everyone would have a say in the process. The amendment before you is designated with the citizens of Hardeman County in mind, as well as the understanding we need to be able to meet the electrical demands of our local area, not just the TVA 7-state area. Our board recognizes that a healthy power grid is necessary for economic development, but also is aware that existing agricultural, ag business, hunting, hospitality, retail business, and rural and residential lifestyle has a significant impact in Hardeman County as well. We also acknowledge there are other options to power generation plants than just solar. To the core of this amendment, the Planning Commission desires to provide a place for certain obnoxious and hazardous industries. Like I said earlier, this amendment reaches multiple industries. Here are general provisions for all ITU conditional uses permitted on appeal. We have developed specific administrative procedures for ITU uses permitted on appeal. We have defined certain uses and clarified other definitions with the zoning resolution. We have put in place minimum standards such as minimal lot sizes, setback, density requirement, and others. We have included heavier buffering options to help conceal these uses from the public and surrounding landowners. The fact the public hasn't looked at these types of facilities is one of the biggest contentious issues. Setbacks and buffering are a necessity. We have included public water provisional requirements for these industries to not only protect the public from concerns of fire protection, but to also allow for potential development leading out into the new remote industrial areas. We have included pension requirements for public safety. Again, these items just read are general provisions for all our less desirable industries of I-2 conditional uses permitted on appeal. Here are the industries that the provisions just read will pertain to. Currently, they apply to the food and meat processing industry, junkyards, utilities such as sewage plants, solid waste sites. New industries will include gas-powered processing plants, power plants including nuclear, hydroelectric, wind, and solar. Also, we've included accessory structures in regard to electric utility land uses. These include substations, inverters, and battery storage. We have included more provisions for wind and solar for 2 reasons. We're not picking on them or singling them out. These industries have presented themselves to the region as being more likely to come here, and the fact the state has gone as far to make special restrictions and provisions and to address these kinds of power plants. We have relocated power plants and part of the gas industry from I-2 permitted uses to I-2 uses on the field because of the perceived danger to the public and obnoxious nature of their existence in rural areas. Now, all land use is categorized by the standard land use coding manual as utilities are included in this zoning district as conditional uses permitted on the field. This means once the legislative body goes through the rezoning process to allow these industries to locate on a parcel, the Planning Commission and BZA will ensure these industries meet the minimum provisions of this resolution prior to the issuance of a zoning permit. The zoning office, our planner, and the people, and our boards work hard to bring this body a good zoning resolution. It is our right and duty to get this done. It's been a bit aggravating serving on the Planning Commission board and hearing idle chat of the state's opinions and desires of dealing with green energy solutions like wind and solar. Our state departments that are reaching out to various county elected officials to make a place for some of these things, yet they have the power to resolve this issue by putting 11 words into Tennessee Code 13.7. The 11 words are, carbon-free power generation plants shall be exempt from county zoning provisions. It's that simple. If the state really wants green energy power plants, they need to take up the subject instead of putting pressure on our local boards and our county commission. As long as our state failed to own it, our county government, on behalf of the citizens, shall have a right and obligation to zone it. This concludes my introduction to this amendment to the zoning resolution of Hardeman County as recommended by our Planning Commission. I'll be glad to answer questions about this amendment now and or after you've held public hearing. Any questions? Do we want to, apparently I'm going to introduce the other resolutions as well, and just call them whatever.
Let's go ahead and move into public comments, public hearing for this resolution. I've been contacted, and Ann, if you want to, you have a seat up here close to the front of one of these chairs, because I'm sure that you can back up and stand at the podium here in just a few minutes. I've been contacted by different sides. There's this resolution. And the commissioners have read this resolution. Are there any questions at this time? Are there any comments on this resolution? I know Mr. Howell had contacted me at one point, had some folks that may want to speak. Please, at this time, this is what you'll need to do. You'll need to make your voice heard, and this is transparent. Nobody's doing anything against anybody whatsoever. If you want to speak, please come up and speak on these resolutions, for or against. Okay? And thank you very much. Really want to. Thank you. Okay, please come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I was on the list, I jumped in. I'm cutting out some of what I said. Thank you, Andy, for the introduction. That was helpful. I think, I represent Green Energy. My name is Jonathan Flemings. We also are involved in the Pickle Lake Solar Project that Mr. Shelton mentioned. He's already approved. John Cooper is here with me tonight. He helps us with legal issues and can answer some of the questions about part.
Speak up, we can't hear you back here, speak up.
Sorry, I can speak more in the microphone, I didn't realize it was that far away. Appreciate that. Thank you. My name is Jonathan Flemings, I'm with Piccolo Lake Solar and Greenville Energy, and I just have a couple of comments on what's been said. We don't have vested interest necessarily in this because our project is approved, but from my perspective, this zoning ordinance amendment is a thinly veiled attempt to make solar farms impossible to develop in Hardeman County. It does so by imposing the following requirements which combined make finding suitable land for solar next to impossible. It forbids solar farms in the FAR district, as Andy did point out. It limits solar projects to being on a single parcel, which would mean that a solar developer would have to buy land and combine parcels into one parcel when we get the project done. It imposes 500-foot setbacks and requires public water, which would make us, if we were to develop further projects, have to site them closer to the city. In summary, the proposal puts solar in the same bucket as the other types of power generation, and while there are no other proposals for those other types of generation in the county, it does seem like the attempt is, with those restrictions, to make further solar development in the county impossible. Like I said, we don't necessarily have anything against this amendment because we're already approved, but I do think it's bad for business, and it's bad for solar development in the county and tax revenue that it will bring. And I just think you should be aware, county commissioners, as you vote for this, that if you do vote for it, from the perspective of a solar developer, solar development in certain Hardeman County is dead hereafter. It's going to be impossible to do anything with these rules. And with that, I'll just pass the mic to John, who can talk a little bit about the Vested Rights Act for agreements.
Good evening, I'm John Cooper with the law firm Holland and Knight. It's already been mentioned that the Piccolo Lake project is grandfathered. Just for the record, I want to give you a little legal reasoning why that is the case. As you know, the Piccolo Lake project site plan was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals in May of 2022. In 2014, the Tennessee General Assembly adopted the Tennessee Vested Rights Act, which provides that a property owner's rights are vested and triggered upon the approval of a preliminary development plan. The act goes on to define what a preliminary development plan is. It includes things like uses and roads and utilities. The site plan that the Board of Zoning Appeals approved in 2022 meets all the elements in the Vested Rights Act for a preliminary development plan, such as land uses, lot setbacks, fencing, roads, buffers. The site plan is quite detailed as to those elements. And then one new law that you may not be aware of was passed by the General Assembly last year, became effective July 1st, 2023, and it includes the following language. The General Assembly declares that property owners should expect that the merits of a permit application will be judged on the law in effect at the time of application. It goes on to say, the purpose is to protect the interest of property owners to use their property as they see fit and free from the threat of interference from potential local regulation. So the General Assembly's made it clear that, yes, we have the Vested Property Rights Act, and the legislature has gone on record saying the regulations that were in effect at the time the application was made should govern. So for those reasons, Piccolo Lake project is vested under Tennessee law. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Bailey,
I have a question, I guess, for Andy. One of these gentlemen, the first gentleman said that,
Commissioner microphone.
oh, sorry. The first gentleman said something about not being able to put solar facilities on FAR zone properties. Isn't it that it just has to be rezoned?
It would have to be rezoned. In that process, it would come to you guys first.
So it's not eliminating property.
It's not eliminate anything in the FAR district. You guys, as a county commission, would be the first ones to hear any potential plan that came before this county. And then you deem it necessary, you will pass it on to the Planning Commission and the BCA. So you're the first chain in the link in the chain, so to speak. So
it just requires a change in zoning.
Exactly, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. May I have a question, please? Yes, sir.
Andy, speaking on that topic there, solar's gonna be under utilities, right? All utilities?
It is.
Okay, so with that being said, doesn't Hardeman County have a utility map already in play where utilities are zoned on the map?
Today, Commissioner Grantham, I'm not really sure as it relates to our current zoning resolution. Again, the reason we put all of the potential hydroelectric, electric, nuclear, solar, wind is because, as I said earlier, we would have to go back and make different provisions for the different types of energy that is going to be defined. As you well know, wind turbines are very tall. Well, a setback that a solar company might have to use would be different than a wind turbine.
And that's just one of the issues I have with grouping them all together, because each utility is so unique. I think we should address it as they come to the county and make it fair for each utility. Geothermal is totally different from
absolutely.
wind turbine.
Well, again, we did not want to come across as picking on solar, as I said in my speech. Like I said, the wind and solar, especially solar, it's already here in Canada. We all know that. We have 2 potential projects that are going on now. You know, it's up to their process of dotting their I's and crossing their T's before they come here. We get that. But again, we didn't want to have to go back and potentially get sued because we didn't do due diligence in making a different provision for a different industry.
Yeah, I don't see how you could get sued by addressing each one uniquely and individually. But one other question is, does Hardeman County have a solar ordinance in play already?
We do. But as I said, the 2015 solar amendment, as it's read, is in place.
And why are we here? I mean, if we've already got solar ordinance in play, then why are we here right now?
Well, the problem with it, and I think Mr. Fleming and the other company, Silicon Ranch, will tell you, our current solar resolution as it reads is designed for DC current collection only. These companies are going to have inverters. They're going to have battery storage on site. They're going to convert AC to DC power and send it on down the line. We have nothing in place to govern or to even come up and be able to look at a site plan as it relates to that. Right now, it is only DC current power generation is what is in our code.
Did the TASA report evaluate that in any way?
Absolutely not. You know, the TASA report, it's interesting. The TASA report's been the center of this debate between contentious parties. I was at a policy development meeting in August with Farm Bureau and someone I know and trust who knows one of the members that happens to be on the TASER committee as well. And because Farm Bureau did have a member on the TASER committee. He told us at that meeting it was neutral as it relates. Well, to be honest, and I say this to you, I skimmed through it at that point in time, and I said, well, I trust this guy, he knows what he's talking about. Well, this became a theme. The TASER committee became a theme this last week, so I said, well, I think I better get my TASER report out and just really start going through this and analyzing this. I dare anybody in that report to find anything that relates to mandatory setbacks or anything else that has to do with zoning. Commissioner Grantham and I have had this conversation. He's read it more than I have. It was a lot of good information, and it really gave me a train of thought where TVA is going with green energy through the year 2035. It also, it said gave options of counties who have the potential to try to preserve their county as it relates to nature, agriculture, whatever. And, there's several options. Zoning is one of them. I think you would read that as well. So.
Yeah, and it clearly states in the TASER report that the zoning is left up to each county individually. But with that being said, I think we're kind of touching on spot zoning, what the planning commission is kind of getting into here with utilities and taking out a FAR and getting in that little gray area in the law. I mean, I may be wrong on that, but with that being said, you know, we did grant the moratorium to the planning commission, waiting on the TASA report. And it appears to me that that did not help any at all waiting on that report, because none of it was taken from the planning commission. The planning commission didn't take anything from the TASA report and submitting to us. I'm just gonna make the statement as an individual. I ran for county commission for smaller government. And to me, this is pretty heavy zoning guidelines. And also, this is just my opinion, and I'm not speaking for my constituents, but zoning is out of hand right now in Hardeman County. We're having a lot of issues.
Well, I mean, we have options that we can get away from that. You know, our county just to the east of us, McNairy County, no zoning at all. And in fact, in our TASA report, it blew me away that half the counties in the state of Tennessee do not have zoning at all. I mean, did you read that as well?
45 counties in the state of Tennessee out of 95.
You know, and I say to that, you know, if you're not going to take the, you know, number one, I'm begging you as a county commissioner, your opinion, your constituents' opinion, has a lot to do with what we process. Not only the public's opinion, it's y'all's opinion. We have gotten no direction in this thing on a year. Commissioner Grantham, to his credit, and I've had conversations. I'll give him his due on that. But as it relates to anything else, as far as direction, saying, okay, you guys are the governing body of this. Y'all tell us what to do. But I mean, if we do away with zoning, and you know, you're the governing body, you can do that. People talk about landowner rights. Hey, there it goes. But I'll say this: we do away with zoning, we better give Sheriff Dillon a whole lot more money, because he's going to need it. Because there's going to be people that are shooting each other. There are going to be people that are fighting because something unsightly is going on their property and moving. And you know,
Mr. Sheldon, nobody's talking about getting rid of zoning right now.
Yeah,
that's not the topic. But it clearly states also that the state of Tennessee has set forth certain guidelines and laws to decommission and solar flooding.
absolutely, and that is paramount. You and I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And everybody that's thinking about putting the decommissioning laws and to give the state of our, state of Tennessee, our politicians, Representative Shaw, Paige, Wally, I got to give them a lot of credit, because that is huge. I mean, think about it. We have a solar company, Silicon Ranch, and you know, I don't think Maury would mind me, you know, talking. Their format of putting in solar is buying the land itself. Jonathan, his company, does a little different. They might buy it too, but for the format they're using here in the county, they're leasing it. Well, I mean, who's to say, you know, at the end of the lease, if we didn't have decommissioning laws, you know, it is imperative that the Hardeman County has no recourse for anything that goes in as it relates to solar. Because Commissioner Grantham would probably speak to this more than I would. It would cost a whole bunch of money to remove a solar farm from the grounds of a property.
It would. That decommissioning plan addresses that. That's set forth by Paige, Wally, and SB 1925, I believe, decommissioned by the state of Tennessee. So, you know, it's just amazing to me that we have a solar ordinance in play. The TASER report also put in their report as a model solar ordinance, and it follows ours almost identical. And so, why are we here?
Well, in my opinion, we're here because the residents and the citizens of Hardeman County have made this a thing. I mean, and, you know, on both sides. However, I mean, where was the other side during the process of us coming up with this stuff? I mean, we've been battling this for 2 years. It has been on the front page of the Bolivar Bulletin in bold print 3 different times. So, I mean,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I did just a brief research, and I found that over, and we need to think about this, over 1 million acre of land in Tennessee has been taken over by solar farms. And the way I feel right now with us going back and forth, I can't eat electricity.
Correct.
You can't cook without it, but you can't eat it. So in Hardeman County, we're talking about 89,242 acres of crop planted, hay pasture, and vegetables being grown. I think there's like 72.5 acres. Are we talking about 3%, 2%, or 1%? What are we looking at?
well, Commissioner Grantham will, in the Taser report, that's what they said. I mean, is it not? I mean, you know, the Taser report, to Commissioner Grantham's credit, Tennessee is losing land at a very sustainable pace. The Taser's report did say Tennessee is losing. Commissioner DeBeer and I were in a meeting where they told us this. We're losing 9.85 acres per hour in the state of Tennessee alone. Now, that comes from that comes from development, that comes from industrialization. The Taser report did say in their report that they did not see solar being a primary, how to say it? They said it wasn't going to be a primary.
Basically, they said less than 1% of agricultural.
Absolutely.
In the state of Tennessee will be affected by solar.
However, Tennessee, TVA has said through 2025, they got 10,000 megawatts of green energy, solar, that they want to put in. This is going to encompass 100,000 acres. Now, with that, to Commissioner Grantham's point, that's a 7-state area. Now, my question to all of that is how is that going to be equated? You know, they're liable to get 30,000 acres out of Hardeman County. They might get, you know, less in another state. I don't know. Thank you, Commissioner, for that. I appreciate that.
But to answer to Commissioner Buffer, it does state in the Taser report that less than 1% of agricultural land will be affected in the state of Tennessee. Less than 1%.
Is there anyone, Tony, Kirk, if you could please come up just for a second. You had information about how these solar farms are situated in the county. They have to be in certain proximity, if you want to understand, to the grid system.
That's correct. They have to be in a certain proximity, just like the one we got on Messenburg. We put it right next to our substation. Right to the close. The one out on Monroe Road that they're looking at is a couple miles from our substation. We're going to interconnect with TVA. So yes, they'll be right there, close to the grid, close to already a power line established by TVA.
So Mr. Kirk, this won't affect all farmland in Hardeman County?
No, sir, it's just gonna be, they will just put those where they have the high transmission lines already.
How many substations do we have in Hardeman County?
We have 7 in Hardeman County of Bob DEAs and 2 TVA substations.
Do you know how far out they will reach from a substation? And what's the footprint around a substation? Is it 2 miles, 3 miles?
You're talking about the buffer zone?
Yes.
Well, as far as ours is concerned, they're not that far. We've got some buffer land around ours and some extra acreage, but they're not a mile or 2, they're near as TVAs. You can see most of those from the major TVA substation, Eagle Valley, is even higher. So they're relatively close to the highways but there's a little buffer on there.
So right now, how much farmland are we talking about with the solar?
Well, that would depend on development and the solar companies, how far they want to work with the landowners in Hardeman County. And who wants to say yes to it, who wants to say no, and that's my point. You know, landowners should have a say, yes or no. in there, they pay property taxes on this. All these resolutions and things are put in play for protection on both sides, the consumer, the landowner, and the solar.
The solar farm, before they even come in on locate, they have a stringent set of guidelines they have to go through with TDA. And they're not easy. We've been working with one out on Mill Road for 2.5, 3 years now, between meetings, between us and TDA, through environmental studies, what's it going to do, impact the environment, things like that. So it's not easy for them to get a piece of land to use as it is now. They have to go through all those studies. And just like when we were building one in, over at Powell Chapel recently, we had to do an environmental study because of bats. And you know, bats are everywhere, but you still have to do the environmental study. So.
But again, what they are asking, correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, is that, not that you take away the property rights, but that, you're protecting the property rights of everybody in the county, by making them go through what, in my mind, is a rational idea of, I mean, because it's not a farm. I mean, it's not a farm. I'll get it to drive across 40 between up here in Little Rock, Arkansas, and you see vast hundreds of acres that's taken up by solar. And again, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but it's only right for the people that have to live with it to be able to have a say. Again, I own property, I want my rights, but my rights stop when it affects my neighbors. And I think all they're doing is trying to put forth something that not only protects the individual rights of me as a landowner, but also my neighbor's rights, that I don't do something that adversely affects them.
But I would agree with that statement, but we already have that with the solar ordinance of 2015.
Not my understanding is that there's no is there setbacks in the existing ordinance?
It is, what is the setback?
The setback in the 2015 solar ordinance is 50 feet.
That's what I was thinking, 50 feet, I mean, I was gonna let Commissioner Grantham say that, and I'm not even gonna comment on 50 feet. I mean, seriously, so, anyway.
Well, that's not protecting anybody.
Well, it's keeping them off other people's land. I mean, it's not right on the line, but anyway, that's not what, we're not debating the distance right now. What I would like to get with is here we are with what the planning commission has set forth. What their guidelines are, you know, the setbacks, the buffers, all this. I think there's a lot of work that is still yet to be done with communications with the commission and the planning commission. Now that so much attention has been brought on this subject, as we can see tonight with all the folks here in this room, I think, you know, it would be good if we could just, I'm gonna say the word table this and have a communication with the planning commission, with our constituents, all of us, get together with our constituents, see what their feelings are, so we can make a good decision. And then relay that to the planning commission.
We're here.
Well, we've had a year to do that.
Yeah, but we haven't done it.
We're here to do it. We're here to
He
talk.
just stated, Andy just stated a while ago that no communication. Did you not state that between this commission and the planning commission?
Absolutely, but, you know, again, are we gonna have any communications after this? Are we just gonna, you know?
Kick it down the road?
I think we can, again.
And if they put in a mandatory, where the county commission has to meet with them? We got issues here of two parties, with do's and don'ts, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, the issue is, my knowledge, is some of the rules are too stringent, is that correct?
Correct.
From everybody's concern, all right? It's probably true that if we sit down and meet with them, that there's a few of these things, for example, like a setback, we can come up with an agreement that maybe everybody can live with and get this thing over with. I served on them, with them till September this past year, and I want everybody to know what they've gone through fighting this thing. And they don't need to be thrown under the wagon. So we're gonna have to get with them as a body, whether anybody likes it or not. If the county can't afford to do that, then we're in bad shape. We need to sit down with them and come up with a happy meeting.
And I will say, I mean, you guys are the legislative body. We respect whatever you do. You are the legislative body, you set law. I respect that, and I will comply with it, obviously. However, you know, again, we have had a workshop. We had a workshop in December 22. We had, you know, that, as I said in my speech, it was dominated by the solar representatives and their attorneys. I mean, you know, again, this process needs to be as transparent as possible. I think now we will have both sides of the argument, because there's people that, you know, are for solar, and I respect that, and there's people, so, you know, how many, you know, like I said, you guys I respect, you know, how we move forward with this.
My question is where in this county are you gonna put a 6-inch water main? There's not a 6-inch water main in this county, other than probably in the city. And there's no way in the southwest part of the county on Victor's Farm, they're gonna run a 6-inch water main in my house.
Commissioner Vickers, I thought about the same thing. If it saw fit that there needed to be a water supply there, instead of them running a countywide sewer system and a countywide water system out there, it wouldn't benefit nobody but them. It may be to where they can put out a big private well. If it's, I mean, things
That's what
like
I'm
that
saying,
need to be
stuff
looked at.
can bring it pretty work. I mean, some of this is verbiage is.
I mean, they may need water, there's other way to get it, as long as they get it.
Right.
Yeah, and I agree, a 50-foot setback is not enough. I mean, I'll make that statement, but a 500-foot setback seems like it's a little extreme.
Not if it's beside your house, Brett.
Well, but we can take that into provisions too. If there is a house that's in that area, we can make provisions for that also. But if there's no house in that area, let's work with this.
But if your neighbor says it,
Let's work with
then they
setbacks, let's
sold it.
work with all of
What are
this and come to a happy
Right now,
medium
it
that
just
we all
says
can
it.
agree upon. I mean, we're just,
We've got a couple of folks here.
How-
If you'd like to say something, sir, come on.
Can y'all hear me okay without the mic?
Come on up to the front, please,
Okay.
if you would, please.
If we were to ask the question in this county, said, y'all want to take all the farmland and cover with solar panels, we'd say no. Okay? They have a solar panel farm that's been approved. If this is the technology of the future, as time goes on, it's going to become more efficient, it's going to become smaller, it's going to become more useful. But if it's a bust, we don't want to have this stuff stuck out in the county. We don't think for a minute that the guys that put it in are going to be around to clean it up. Why don't we sit and wait for all that new system to set up, if they do a good job putting it in where they're good neighbors, does the stuff work? And let's not approve any more until we see how that one turns out. We get way ahead of ourselves. If we want to expand it, let's see if it works. They can prove it.
Mr. Kirk, you're recognized, please, sir.
I'll say one thing and I'll be brief. We put a solar farm in, started last December. One thing, worked in the Spring Storm Elliott and it energized 300 homes without them being in the road and blackouts. That's one thing. It saved us $250,000 on power costs last year alone, buying power to the solar farm. Silicon Ranch is going to invest $4.8 million in our infrastructure that my ratepayers are going to have to put up to increase capacity of substations and build a greater system there. So there are benefits from solar farming, and ours is working. It's one of the first ones that was put in on a program TVA, and it's been a class act Silicon Ranch the whole time. So, thank you.
So, Mr. Kirk, you're saying if we let these come in, our rates gonna go back?
And I say they're gonna keep them as low as possible.
Let's have order back here, please. I'll tell you maybe once or twice, I'm gonna have order in this court. How about that? Well, Mr. Kirk is speaking, and we're gonna show respect to our speakers. We'll have order and decorum in this court. Go ahead.
I can't buy 5% of my power. That's all. You know, I say $250,000, buy 5%, and I'll buy $24 million worth a year from DEA. So I saved a little bit. I don't know if it's lower rates or anything, but it's to help me to keep them up as low as possible, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk. And there was someone had a hand over here.
Which is, I know there was a lot of people that signed up to talk tonight, and before we floor something or put it off at another time, I think it would be good to have it. So, go for it.
Yes, we had several on the public forum side earlier that wanted to yield. So, Mr. Taylor, if you would please come on up. And you are going for this amendment here. You want to talk on Amendment 1. Go ahead.
Yeah, the zoning.
Yes, sir.
So when I moved here, I did a permit on appeal to get my home zone to have a home business out of my home. Funny story, Piccolo Lake was also at the same zoning appeal meeting that I was at when I moved. I'd only lived here a couple of months. I knew nothing about solar. I was born in New Jersey. You can probably tell I'm not from here by the way that I talk.
Microphone.
I was born in New Jersey. You can tell by the way that I talk that I'm not from here. But I grew up in Shelby County. I was raised by 2 Yankee parents, so I never picked up the accent. My family chose to move out here, like I mentioned. We wanted to get away from Shelby County. So I didn't grow up around farmland. I didn't know anything about solar. They don't put solar in New Jersey in the cities, and they don't put solar in the suburbs of Shelby County. So I had a pretty, I really didn't have a bias. I honestly, I didn't know anything about solar power. But I know how to ask questions, and I know how to do an investigation. When something doesn't smell right, you ask questions and you see what's going on. So I was sitting and listening to Gringo Energy. The CEO was there. A couple of the members that have spoken already were also there. I was listening to them put their proposal before the board. And one of the first questions that I thought to ask was, the CEO was speaking and they opened the floor for questions. And I asked, well, where is your company from? Who owns your company? Are you a U.S. company or are you a foreign company? Right? Are we bringing American jobs? Are we going to replace farmland that employs people from here, that buys from people from here? Are we going to buy from other Americans, or what are we doing here? They said they were an American company that's owned by a conglomerate on the other side of the world, right? So that was the first answer I got. The second answer I got was, or the second question I asked was, where do you buy your solar panels from? Do Americans, at all levels of socioeconomic status, any level of socioeconomic status, is any American going to benefit from this? Where do you get your solar panels from? A factory in America or a factory in China? It's a factory in Vietnam. It's not a factory in America. So the last question I thought to ask was, well, where does the power go? Where does the solar power go? Does it go to you and me? No. Now, Silicon Ranch does. That is one that goes to you and me. But not all of them go to you and me. Most of them go to mega companies that are setting up shop nearby in order so that they can cover their butts with the federal government and their carbon footprint. It doesn't help you and it doesn't help me. It doesn't employ, we're replacing farmland. We're replacing farmland for something that will not employ people in this county, that will not feed, that will not buy. On its face, very simply, within 30 minutes, I had formulated my opinion on solar power. It doesn't make sense. If it makes sense, then why can solar companies and the solar industry why is it only able to stand when it's propped up by government funds? It is something that on its face right now doesn't make sense. And I believe that we, as a community, with this zoning ordinance, we're putting an additional buffer and adding some additional boundaries around this before they're able to come in and we're able to react. So I am in favor of us putting these limitations and this added layer of restrictions in this zoning ordinance. Thank you.
my name is Maury Hill. I work with Silicon Ranch. We are based down the road in Nashville, Tennessee. Like Mr. Shelton said, we have a project that we're looking at here that's been grandfathered in. So much like Mr. Fleming who spoke earlier, our interest is just in expressing the industry's point of view on this ordinance. The main point that I'm here to reiterate is that this is a ban on solar. This is too many restrictions from the government on free enterprise, and it's choked it out. I mean, 500-foot setbacks all the way around, 6-inch water line, and it has to be zoned in industrial. Those three right there are enough that no other solar developers will look in Hardeman County. I mean, you're talking about millions and millions of dollars. One of the beauties of solar farms is they don't require any water, private water, city water, county water, anything. They operate all on their own. I also want to real quick clarify a couple things that have been brought up, some misconceptions. So one, a gentleman who I think is left now said that who's there, the solar companies, go belly up, who's there to take the panels down. Well, there's a state law that's taking care of that, decommissioning law that I think Mr. Grantham referenced, that ensures that these solar companies ensure the decommissioning of the project no matter what happens to them. Another one is the million acres in Tennessee affected by solar. I don't know where you got that, but that can't be the case. That would be 4% of Tennessee. That would be very extreme. Between now and 2035, as we referenced, only like 200,000 acres are planned. Sorry? Governor Lee said that. Maybe he meant, it can't only be solar. Anyway, that would mean we have now more solar now than is planned for the next 12 years. But beside that, I want to hit on the 1% of all farmland that's been discussed, because I know loss of farmland is a big topic here. Mr. Shelton has referenced the TASR study keeps being brought up. Well, it's brought up because, from my understanding, when I was here a year ago, the moratorium was passed so that you could wait on the results of the TASR study to see what the state said, specifically when it relates to farmland. And so the stat is that Mr. Grantham referenced, but just to get it nailed down, between now and 2035, if all of the solar that TVA had planned, if all of it was built in the state of Tennessee, which we know it's not going to be, it's going to be built in parts of Alabama, Mississippi, as Mr. Shelton referenced, but even if you put it all in Tennessee, it would only take up less than 1% of Tennessee farmland. Between now and 2035, we're looking at less than 1% of Tennessee farmland affected. The TASR study came out with that stat. At the same time, a professor at the University of Knoxville, who came from a farming family, did the exact same study, came up with the same number. It's pretty simple math. So that I wanted to address that. Also, one other thing, the current setback is not 50 feet, it's 100 feet in Hardeman County, and 100 feet from property lines. I think we have a project we're looking at now where we have designed 500 feet away from residences as well.
Is that pretty standard? Is that pretty standard that you've seen across the state? Maybe it's a 500 feet from residential. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's standard, but we've certainly seen that.
Have you seen that?
And
just for clarification.
Yes, and when it comes to what we've seen, I think we referenced earlier, half of the counties here don't have any zoning, so some people say you put a shovel in the ground tomorrow. We'd like to hear that, but we've certainly worked with counties that do have zoning. 50 to 100 feet from property lines is standard. Sometimes increased to 250 from residences, or even up to 500 from residences we've seen. We've never seen it lumped in with any other power plant before. I was talking to somebody and they said it's kind of like regulating 747 airplane the same as you do a pickup truck, just because they both transport people. They're completely different entities. So this would effectively be a ban on solar. And there are people here, if you're a big landowner in Hardeman County, you are getting calls and you are getting texts to lease or buy your land from solar developers. Those calls stop immediately if this is passed. I know we've heard from some people who want stricter regulations. I've met with some landowners who are here tonight. I won't call them out in case they didn't want that, but they are worried that this is stripping them of their property rights. And I mean, this would limit their ability to sell their rights to solar developers. So with a ban on solar comes a loss in tax revenue. That's a big one. We estimated roughly in a county like this, if you look over 40 years, the tax revenue that a parcel that's being farmed versus the parcel that's a solar farm would produce is almost 10 times as much in taxes. So if it's $500,000 it pays over 40 years, you're looking at $5 million if a solar farm is built there. You're also looking at construction jobs, hundreds of construction jobs, and again, the property rights. I'm glad that Mr. Kirk spoke up about the benefits to him. I think that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to, if there are any questions. Yes, sir.
One, are there storage facilities on these solar sites?
On some of them.
So, I know I'm not in the electrical business, but it's my understanding that the storage facilities do have a significant risk for fire. So if that's the case, say that they don't need water, is that being truthful?
Well, to my understanding, yes. So fires are still exceedingly rare on solar sites, even with storage. But it's a matter.
This is the same stuff that you see with these car batteries, because they're talking about these cars are catching on fire.
I mean, we work with fire departments when we build. That's a part of the step we have to go through.
So water. If there is a storage facility, then water is a necessary thing.
To be honest, I am not sure the exact. The fire departments would have to tell you exactly how to fight a fire that has resulted from a battery storage plant. But again, I've never seen water being required to be built by the developer prior to rezoning. Even this is in here, but that's beyond the point.
Second question, because one of the big issues that I've heard for the people, and again, I am a landowner. I don't want to give away my rights as a landowner.
The commissioner has a vote.
Very sorry.
One of the things that has been a big, I guess, stimulus for the county is the tax revenue. It's my understanding that if TVA were to purchase, or if the private entities sell these to government, that the tax revenue ceases. Is that true?
I have only heard that rumor here. Actually, I was talking to somebody about this earlier today. TVA has no plans to buy any solar projects, from what I understand. We have never sold a project in our 12-year existence and have no plan. They are buying our power. So they're our customer. We aren't selling any projects.
So, well, if that's not an issue, then would it be possible to have included in any kind of because I mean, if we're in it for the tax dollars, to have some type of a bond, so that if it is sold to a government entity where we lose the tax revenues, that the county would still get the money, which is why they're putting up with all of it to begin with.
Again, I have never heard a discussion of TVA buying a solar project. If that is a particular issue, I'm sure that could be negotiated. We have not done it ever, to my knowledge, but certainly open to any thoughts you'll have on that, if that's a concern. And when I was, I'm sorry I interrupted you earlier, you said I'm a landowner and worried about property rights. And I know you are. I've been to several of these meetings now, and I know that's a principle of yours. And what we hear a lot of is, I'm all for property rights, but, and then they go on. And there is a smart way to regulate solar. I know, solar's been around for decades, but I know that at this scale it is a relatively new thing. The TASR model ordinance was presented by the state. I think you all wanted to wait on that to put forth your ordinance. It has very fair regulations. Stricter regulations are still in play. What we have here would be a ban on solar, which I have to acknowledge might be the point of it. I'm not naive enough to not understand that. But there will be no large-scale solar development in Hardeman County with these restrictions. One last thing, and then I'll be quiet, is with setbacks, what happens sometimes is unintended consequences. So if you put into place 500-foot setbacks, and you took out the water or the FAR zoning part of it, maybe a developer would look here. But now, with setbacks that big, from roads, from property lines, from everything, if he's, let's say, they're under contract for 80 megawatts of solar, right now we would look for roughly 800 acres to generate 80 megawatts. With setbacks like this, now we have to look for 950 acres, maybe 1,000, maybe 1,100, because of 2 football fields until we can even start building. So that's an unintended consequence of more land in Hardeman County going to solar, the bigger the setbacks.
Another question. Yes, sir. You said you've been in business 12 years, correct?
2011, so 13 years.
Okay. What kind of soil studies have you done?
That's a good question. From my understanding, we're actually in the process of a couple of soil studies. The way I can speak to how we manage our land, and not necessarily the entire industry, but we were building this project in Georgia that was neighbored a farmer, a rancher named Will Harris. Some of you might know, he's a somewhat outspoken and famous cattle rancher in that world. And he has a particular way of rotational grazing his cattle, that he's all about soil health, and he's ranched that land for decades, and the soil is healthier and healthier. Well, we talked with him, this was years ago before I started here. Our founders talked with him and decided to replicate that practice on our farm that bordered his property. So we raised we raised sheep on it. And we did it in a way that restored the health of the soil better than it was when it was a monocrops, row crop land. We have now scaled that to, our goal is to scale that to all of our sites. But regardless of whether we have sheep on all of our sites, we have a flock of sheep, company-wide of 1,600 sheep. We employ shepherds and veterinarians. The goal is to get sheep on every single site. But until then, our land management practices have completely changed. We don't spray. We plant native grasses and forbs. We have pollinator habitats on a lot of our sites. And we mow in a way just to prevent shading on our solar panels.
So, question for you, sir. So y'all have more trouble or problems with the 500 feet setback than what you do on the 6-inch water line?
It would be hard to pick one of those. I would say both of those I have not seen before.
Because all you base your thoughts on have been setbacks. You haven't said hardly anything about the water line.
Well, the water line to me is one of the biggest ones. That's a huge upfront expense that you're putting on a private enterprise that's coming here. They're having to invest millions of dollars to put water in, which immediately makes these projects economically unfeasible.
Anything else, Commissioner Wright? Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. If you would come up to the front, please, sir.
You mentioned that you'll have some storage, battery storage facilities on your site, correct?
Yes, sir. He asked if we have battery storage on some of our sites. As of now, I am actually not, it's a relatively new thing for us, but yes, we are planning more of this. This is my colleague Max and my.
And I'm working projects.
So if you have a.
Yeah, it is an explosive, corrosive device. You have to apply corrosion.
Yeah, so just to speak generally, on the battery storage issue, battery storage is typically regulated differently than solar. We have no plans for a battery storage facility in our current projects in Hardeman County. And then to speak also on how to extinguish battery fire plants, those are also treated differently than normal types of fires. So typically they're set back far enough from anything, so we're allowed to, the fire departments are told to let them burn. There's no need for water in those situations as far as I've been advised for battery storage. They're just designed so that they're self-contained fire. It won't spread to anything else. They're total. So that's kind of part of the water line issue too.
Okay,
So
back to my original question.
Yes.
Would you have to comply with those?
There's a lot of regulation regarding battery storage. Yeah.
Very specific.
Yeah. but like I said, for the vast majority of our projects, we don't have battery storage on them, and that would be a separate kind of, regulating, that'd be a separate detail of the project.
Did you have it?
So is that just, you guys don't have it, or is that there's no battery storage on any solar facility, no matter who's the company?
No, we do, so we do have it, I think, at one project site that's right now, and that's not in Tennessee. But
If they are flammable, and they're so flammable that fire departments can't put them out, and it's only 100 foot away from the property line, we got bean fields and hay fields, and that doesn't sound like a good thing for the neighbors.
No, absolutely, no, I think, so that's kind of what I mentioned, they're regulated differently than solar farms.
Regulated by our zoning commission?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly, so typically in communities, if there's a battery storage, something specific to battery storage, because.
So that would be industrial?
I'm not sure, like county to county, but they are regulated separately from solar, because they're not, battery storage doesn't always accompany solar, like our projects in Hardeman County. And if they do, then you would maybe change setbacks, for the battery storage specifically. And that's a county by county decision.
You may decide you want to address storage in ordinance.
We have storage in all of our projects, so happy to answer any questions about batteries. We're talking about UL 9540.
Please come up to the podium, sir, and state your name.
Yeah, my name's Lester Crafton Jr. My mom worked out at Newcastle Gym for about 30 years. Andy's dad took his cotton out there. I know y'all be real good folks. I was gone for a long time, back home. Just want to address two things really quickly and give you my number if you had any questions, because it seems like one of the biggest things going on here is you got these outside solar companies, and you got the good people of Hardeman County, and it's like, who's telling the truth? But I own a solar company. I'm from Laconia. Y'all know where that is. We're in between Fayette Corners and Laconia. So, and we've installed solar in 20 states, worked with 60 different utility companies, and David Earl just left to go to the bathroom. Down on 18, have y'all seen those solar panels up on that shed from last week? On the way to Co-op? We put those up, and there's batteries inside that shop, and it's perfectly safe because there's two different UL listings the battery has to have. So what the town would want to do is make sure that you work with Randy over at DEA or whoever you work with at Southwest to make sure that the batteries being installed have the listings. One of the listings, we don't install solar without batteries because we don't think it's good for the grid. We like firm storage, we like energy security, we like solar panels that work when the grid goes down. Like put power plants on people's houses. But the two different plants, we just do the small stuff, not the big stuff. What they do is fine too. So before I get into a bunch of UL listings, let me give you my number. If you need it, this is one my mama has. You can text me, you can call. I got it where I went to college. It's 919-423-5592. Second thing I want to address with you all is real simple. I've seen a lot of stuff about how people are afraid that it's dangerous or hazardous. I think what Andy and the planning commission came up with is great. That's kind of cool. A reason to make it different, to try to listen to the citizens, give into your concerns while taking into consideration business. I've never been to one of these meetings before. I'm impressed by how well everybody's been able to do it. But as far as worrying about being dangerous, the only toxic part of the kind of solar panels they put up is just where they solder the wires on to move the electricity down. It's just a little bit of lead spray. There's way more in batteries. And to get it out, it is true. The thin film solar is a lot more dangerous. That's not the kind of panels that are going to go up. The kind of batteries that you can use don't have to have cobalt. Our batteries don't have cobalt. I'm not giving you a sales pitch or why anybody because there's a local person that grew up here and knows a hell of a lot about solar. And so if you're wondering about it, you do decide to table what you can. If you don't, other than the water line thing, the proposals aren't bad. I had cancer last year, or else I've been glad to be involved in the process to shed some light on what's going on. The only problem I have with these guys, I like the Silicon Ranch guys, I went to college with them. I don't know the other ones, but I just don't think they give you enough for your land, and they don't share enough of the money with you, because those things are a hell of a problem. So next time they come by, put some good, charge more for your land. It's worth more than you know. I'll be glad to volunteer my service. So, thank you for listening. All that's true. Happy to take any challenges.
All right. And then we'll move on. We had some that wanted to be put yield. There was Tina. Tina, did you have something on this amendment? Okay. I've got you down. And, Billy Clayton, of course, but Billy, you've already spoken, you need to. Okay.
And I know everyone's ready to go home, so I'll keep it short. I'd actually like to ask the commissioners to meet with the planning, and I know it's taking forever, and I think everyone's frustrated with that, but it's better slow than make stupid decisions. But I think people, whether it's by email or whatever, where the people could send literally a question to be addressed at the meeting, so it doesn't last all night long, but so every person who kind of wants to know whatever could send it in while you guys are making this decision. There's two sides of it, and a lot of it I think is misinformation on both sides. I would like to say, if you're gonna think about that, that you've got to restrict Chinese companies from building in this county too. If you don't mind, I'd like to read a text message that I just got a few minutes ago. Not exactly the same thing, but something, the zoning is a problem in this county, guys. I have lots of people that are working in the area that say my place. I know at least 15 families that have chosen another county in the last year, just over a year, because of our zoning problems. So this is a huge thing that we need to get up to wraps. But this is literally what they just wrote, because I heard there was a meeting tonight. I heard quite a few nightmares from poor people. We are actually at the point now where we are probably just going to sell and move to McNair or Carter. Meeting with the realtor this week about it. It's ridiculous here. More restrictions in this little rural county than there was in Beachside and Florida. Just something to think about, but we've got to get this zoning under control.
Okay, is there anyone else that wanted to speak? Austin, Bell, you yielded, okay. Anyone else on this resolution, on the first one, please? Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Moore, the chair of the commission.
Mayor, Commissioners, I want to start off by thanking Commissioner White, David, Jenkins, Mr. Bell, Mr. Grantham, because here recently, you're the individuals that I've had the pleasure of speaking with regarding planning commission, DCA-related issues, and obviously serving the mayor. I simply ask this. If you decide tonight to table this issue, please do the BZA and the Planning Commission thing. Put together a committee. Meet with your constituents. Come to us with a solution ready to work with us. Because unfortunately, we're at a point where we started this dialogue a little too late. My colleagues, Mr. Dewberry, Mr. Reams, we've been working our you-know-what's off for 2 years to get to this point. And I can tell you, I've received some very interesting phone calls in the last 2 weeks from my neighbors, calling us everything except for the Son of God. The commission and the county pays us $50 a month to volunteer for you to scream, yell, call us idiots. A lot of you guys, we have not seen in 2 years. I'm just gonna talk blank, you like it or not. We've not seen you in 2 years. This man has worked his butt off, I've worked my butt off. We have done what we thought the commission wanted us to do. We've done what we thought the citizens want us to do. So, if we table this, which I have no problem, but if we do, please be prepared to come meet with us. And it shouldn't be 6 months from now, it shouldn't be 8 months from now. We should be in a position to form a committee, make some decisions. Let's work this situation out so we can move forward. Because it's very frustrating for those of us who volunteer our time to come before you and then we're our second guessing. But however, there's been a lot of great things. Mr. Bell, Mr. Grantham, Mr. Wright, you guys brought a lot of good points. A lot of you guys brought a lot of good points that, quite frankly, we may not have thought about. So please, if you table this, do everybody a favor, sir. Your colleagues, Mr. Mayor, please do us a favor. Put together something as a board, bring it to us. I promise you, as a commission, as a chair, we will act on it. We will work work on it, and we'll get it right. By getting it right, I mean simply this, not everybody in this room is gonna be happy. Some of your neighbors are not gonna be happy. It's gonna be a give and take, okay? Please understand that we're doing the best job that we can. There's no hidden agenda. It seems as if, unfortunately, we've only heard one side of the story. It's everybody's opportunity. Sit at the table and let's fix this once and for all. Okay? Thank you, okay? Good job.
Anybody else? Mr. Howe, I was commenting. Gary, would you like to say anything? Anybody?
I like to say.
All right,
Have to.
okay. Please come to the podium, sir. Jimmy?
For the people who are in the know, I'd be interested in knowing if the county could require a facility to sell back to Oliver Electric 20% of it. Is that something that could be done in negotiating? Secondly, 1% of Tennessee, I wonder if you've ever been east of the Tennessee River and noticed that you have hills. I don't know if solar will work very well in hills and mountains. And if it's 1% of flatland, you're talking about this area.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirk, would you like to address that, please, about the selling back?
Let me answer the 20%. By my power contract with TVA, who's my regulator, I can only buy back 5%. I wish I could buy back 20%. We're trying to talk me into it, but we're only allowed to buy back 5%. So there's no orders we can change that. Because they're a federal agency and they've got to say it.
All right.
I got a question.
Yes, sir. Commissioner.
This for our attorney, can we, as two groups, get together? Is there anything that says we can't do that?
You have to have a public meeting. You have to be a public meeting, so the public can attend, because otherwise you'll be there deliberating, and you'll be a public body, so you have to have a public meeting, provide notice.
Yeah, it would be, that way it wouldn't violate sunshine.
That's right.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Conner, can it be a public meeting and not a public hearing? Public, of course, if you have a public meeting, they're entitled to be there, correct?
Right, but you don't have to, you don't have to give the right to.
Right, because if we can meet with them, we're gonna need to be one-on-one.
That's right.
That's right. Mr. Bearcroft, please.
Yes, I'm Gary Bearcroft, and I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to come up and chat with you. And I appreciate the hard work this committee, it's thankless, and I don't know if I stuck with it that long, and I appreciate the tenacity. There's one provision here that has been brought up about this thing, and there is provision that, okay, thank you, that provides that at the end of the duration of the project, there has to be a cleanup. There is ample history of industry leaving things behind that nobody wants. Two of them here in this general area, Arvin's one and the Tannery the other. And there's still sites there that have not been cleaned up and they've both been gone for a considerable length of time. If at some point in time, if it's a leased land, the lease may run out and there isn't a definite period of time how long a solar cell is economically feasible. So if there is not provisions for the cleanup, there's no reason that people are going to split a dime. They'll just walk away and say, you've got something that's atrocious looking, and there's not anything you can really do with it. I'm not really clear why the solar people are so hot on this particular county with it has zoning, when they can go 20 miles east and be with no zoning. Could it be the geographics of it? I don't know. We've listened to this a lot, and I don't see any reason why we can't go ahead and act on this. I mean, this body has a history of kicking the can. Let's go ahead and do something, make a decision and do something. Thanks for your time.
resolution needs to be passed, so we have the act in place. It's not in stone. We can always work with it. We can always make amendments. We can always make changes to it. But tabling it because, some people don't like it, I disagree with it. I think we need to move forward and, make changes as we go. We need these, we need the resolution in place, in my opinion. Just from working with the commission for the last few months.
Please state your name, sir.
Thanks, Kevin Ferguson. You cannot table this amendment tonight. The dates don't line up. See, the moratorium is over, okay? So anything that is not passed tonight, that's why all the guys sitting back here dressed like they're not from around here, just chomping at the bit, because they're just signing up more, signing up more. You can't kick this can down the road anymore. It's fair enough. I mean, make a decision. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. If there are no other comments, we will convene in session, of course, that we have a resolution, of course. Is there any action to be taken on this resolution by this body tonight?
I'll make the motion for approval of the resolution as it's written.
Okay, we have a motion that is being made, properly seconded. We accept this resolution as written. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please, we will move into a roll call vote, please.
Which resolution?
We are on the, number one, to amend chapter 5, provisions governing FAR. Yeah, you got it. That's very good.
Bell?
A vote to accept it. Yes, that a yes?
Buffer?
No.
DeBerry?
I hate to be a cop-out, but I'm gonna say no.
Gillum?
Yes.
Grantham?
No.
Hensley?
No.
Jenkins?
No.
Kenmore?
Yes.
Blake?
No.
Lanier?
No.
Miller?
Yes.
Pope? No. Sane?
Yes.
Vickers?
No.
Wings?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
The nays have it. This resolution. Resolution does not pass.
Mayor Foltz,
Yes, sir.
the second number on the list is a resolution for you. There's two different options. Obviously, this did not pass. What we're trying to do in regard to our planner, Shelton Merrill, he wanted to clean some language up. As you can see in the resolution, it's about text in there, setbacks, giving definitions. We're just trying to clean your code book up. I don't see anything in there contentious. Look at it and see. However, the plan, the reason there was two options in there, option 2 is related to if this were to pass, it would include, this was included more in regards to utilities. Since it did not pass, we're going with option 1. And if you look at that, those particular resolutions, the only difference is, I think it's section 18 or something like that. Mr. Conner probably can speak to this better than I can in regards to legalities. So
Any if we don't 2 or 3?
The number 2, as a resolution to amend the text of the zoning resolution of Hardeman County, Chapter 2, definitions, Chapter 14, division of government, I-2 restricted, in the Chapter 8. This is,
Letter K.
sir.
Talk about letter K.
Again, it was our planner's recommendation that we accept, if this thing failed, accept option 1. If it would have passed, we were gonna take on option 2 because of the increased language that had to do in regard to utilities. So, do with that what you will.
All right, since it didn't pass, repeat again, I'm not going to repeat everything you said just there. What's the setback now? Is it 50 foot? Are we going off?
No, this has nothing to do with setbacks or anything.
All right, so wait a minute, what
We're on
resolution are we using then since that didn't pass?
This is just cleaning up some language that already
Ask-
exists.
In regard to our planner, it was just his recommendation, where, if you look at it, like section 1, we're talking about building coverage, gives an explanation of what building coverage, county environmentalist, density, hearing or public hearing, planning commission, that sort of thing. It's strictly as do with, it relates to language and definitions of our zoning code. And again, it was his recommendation since, the number 1 agenda item with the power plant recommendation, it was his recommendation that we table option 2 and accept option 1. So, again, it was our planner, and again, I am going by his recommendations on this, as Mr. Commissioner DeBerry and I know. I mean, our planner is very good at what he does, and his option was to take number 1 versus and table number 2. All right, any questions here on our resolutions? Anyone from the audience?
Feel free to give me a call.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from our commissioners?
Andy, since the first one failed, does this one have any bearing on the first one not passing, any conflict? I don't see.
In my opinion, I don't think so. Mr. Conger, being an attorney, and I hate to put him on the spot in any shape, form, or fashion, he can speak to this better than I do. Some of the
I don't think the failure of the first one has anything to do with this, and this one is just changing some definitions and some language in the ordinance as it exists now.
Do you agree with that language?
Yes.
Andy, is your committee recommending that we do this?
We have it. It did come with a positive recommendation from our planning commission.
Mr. Mayor, can the public speak now too?
Yes, ma'am. As I previously stated.
Thank you. I would like y'all to look out here right now. As soon as y'all made that decision, every solar panel person walked straight out that door. They don't care about this county. It is 10:15 at night, and the people of this county that care, I've got a babysitter at home, we've got kids at home, we've got all these kind of things going on, and we're still here. We're still out here fighting for the resolution that this committee came up with and that we support. As someone has already said, they have put out 136 signatures said, pass this tonight. And this committee chose not to. They're gone. They don't care about this county. We do. And as he said, this will stop other places. Why are the only people fighting for this the companies? Where are the people, the farmers saying, I want a solar system on my land. I want my neighbor to sell their land. hundreds of solar farms being able to come into this county. I moved from a city with millions of people to move to Middleton, Tennessee, to raise my son here with the commitment of raising him small town. I don't want Hardeman County to be Memphis. I don't want Hardeman County to be anything but Hardeman County. I like looking out my windows and seeing farmland. I like that we grow up and my son will be working on land, not looking out and seeing a solar farm or their battery things. Your Hardeman County people want this to pass. And I would ask the community, if you don't speak up that you want solar panels next door to you, because clearly the commission does not hear our voice. We're hearing only the solar panel voices. And that's really sad. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And then we'll have, anybody else from the public? As I stated, we want public hearing on this. We want people to come up and let your voice be heard, let your opinion be heard. And seeing none, Commissioner.
Mayor, let me ask you this, because I'm only speaking for myself with the young lady just left and stated, okay. I was under the impression that with our votes, that's what we was doing, going with you all to vote no. For the solar.
No, ma'am. No, we want yes. Yes, he said it.
The resolution.
Yes to the resolution that they put before you.
Right.
He even said, these resolutions mean that other solar companies will say, we can't come here. Why are the solar companies that have already been grandfathered in fighting for other solar companies to be able to come in? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. They're fighting for themselves to continue to expand. And we are we want y'all as a commission, no, we want these to pass. They have worked so hard, as he has said, so hard, as years we've been doing this.
True.
Years. And they have been going after this for years, and they have come as a board with an approval that says, we want this. We have a signed petition of 136 people in this community, and we haven't had it out there for very long, that said we want these to pass. We want them to pass.
Okay, you saying you want them to pass. You want them to pass for the solar not to come in your area?
I want what he has proposed to come.
Okay.
Before y'all, and I would like you to say yes.
This is passed.
Yes, and I understand that, but if someone didn't understand what they were passing, yes or no, is that a confusion, and does that go up before the board again? Or no?
It would be illegal.
It would be illegal. I'm gonna sit down there.
There can be a motion made to be considered by someone who voted against.
And listen, I'm not gonna say this too many more times. Now, we're gonna have respect for our speakers. This outburst and stuff, I'm not gonna tolerate it. So be very clear, or you will be escorted out. I'm serious. We've got business to do. Mr. Conner, would you please?
There can be a motion to reconsider the motion that didn't pass, that failed, but it has to be someone who voted against it, makes the motion to reconsider.
I understand.
The motion has to be made today, the same day that one failed, but you can debate it and vote on it at a later date, or you can do it tonight. It's up to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, that's what brought me to the podium, is Ms. Slade apparently misunderstood.
And
what she intended
I can
to
speak
do.
for myself, I did.
And she misunderstood what she can, as being a prevailing vote, make a motion to reconsider, and it can be revoted. And I think what I'm understanding out here, correct me if I'm wrong, I think these folks want these amendments passed tonight. I think they will yes votes.
All right.
You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because you all are my constituents.
Yes.
So I'm reconsidering my vote to go with yes. I'm changing my
You
vote.
have to make a motion.
Okay, I make a motion.
You have to make a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Previous vote, and that has to be seconded, discussed, and voted on by the commission, and then re-voted.
Okay. I am making the motion that I want to reconsider my vote from no to yes.
And then need a second, and then the motion to reconsider will have to pass.
I second.
And if it passes, then you'll vote on the motion that failed earlier. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. All right, we have a motion to reconsider, and we have a second. Okay, we have a second. All right, now this is a motion to reconsider. It has to be done within the same time frame as this meeting. All right. Any discussion on the motion to reconsider? All right.
So,
Yes, sir.
so whatever we agree on, whatever decision we make, the zoning, from what I'm understanding, the laws will stand, what we vote on, right? Am I correct?
I'm not sure I understand this question, but if you vote yes on this vote, then that means you're gonna reconsider the vote that just failed. And then somebody will make, then you'll re-vote on that, and, does that make sense?
I understand it. What I'm basically trying to get to is the zone. Will we be able to go back and amend
Yes.
certain zoning?
Yes, you can always go back and amend that. Absolutely.
So to be clear, all we're doing on this first round of voting is to re-vote on the issue. Reconsider.
Reconsider, and then you'll re-vote on
Then
the
we're
issue.
re-voting.
And you'll have to have 9 for this reconsider motion. I have to have a majority vote to reconsider. Then we will take up the motion, the original motion for the resolution. Understand? All right, this is the motion to reconsider, and there's been a proper motion made and a second. Any more discussion? Seeing none? Madam Clerk, we need roll call,
I'll
please.
do a roll call on this one.
Yes.
Bell,
Vote yes to reconsider.
Buffer,
Yes.
DeBeer. Yes. Gilmer,
Yes.
Grantham,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Kenmore,
Yes.
Blake,
Yes.
Lanier,
No.
Miller,
Yes.
Hope,
Yes.
Sane,
Yes.
Vickers,
No.
Weems,
Yes.
Wright.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the motion passes. We have, to reconsider. All right, now at this time, for our legal authority, we need to vote.
Make a motion to vote on the original, go ahead and vote on that, and then if it passes.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Andy, did I understand that this resolution that Shelton Merle was 100% behind this?
Mr. Merle, our Southwest Development District planner is 110% behind what we passed. This is his text, and this is what he recommended to us based on the ideas that we gave to him.
Dale, on the legal side, is any of these provisions that we've been speaking of that seem to be stringent as far as knocking any of them out, that we have a possible lawsuit that's gonna arise from that?
There's always a possibility for lawsuit, but I think this is pretty good shape.
Probability not.
Probably not.
And again, as I said before, this resolution is not in stone. We can make adjustments as we go. When we see how these other projects are progressing, if we think the water pipe is too stringent, we can adjust it. If we think the setback is too stringent, we can adjust it. But this will give us time to see how those projects go. The sun's not going anywhere. There's no timeline for them to come in here so eagerly to take over our property. I make the motion, that the resolution is approved as written.
Second.
All right, the motion has been made and properly seconded to pass the resolution as written. Do we need is there any discussion on that resolution? Mr. Peters?
Just so we have a clear understanding, what I'm hearing you say is you want to revote on the resolution that the planning commission has positively approved to come to you. I want you to understand that does eliminate K in FAR. And after this vote, if that happens, anyone beyond the 2 projects that we currently have on the books would come to the standards of that. And I agree wholeheartedly with Johnny. We have the opportunity of anything we don't like, I still suggest you form a committee, let's make recommendations. I want the county commission to know what I know. As of 3 o'clock this afternoon, Silicon Ranch did submit their plan for review to the existing standard that we have now, which is K. What we're changing tonight, in my opinion, unless he tells me something different, will only affect any potential customers that may come after this date. But with a positive yes vote here, you're eliminating K, which currently exists in FAR. And you're moving all utilities to an industrial atmosphere, which does not say they can never go in FAR. It would, as we've stated, many people have stated, would require that that area be rezoned from whatever it is to I-1. And then I've looked at case law, I've asked Dale, I've asked other attorneys. The county commission always has the ability to change the land use code of something which benefits the county. That has not been deemed as spot zoning when necessary, but it has to benefit the entire county, was what I was told. I've never experienced a lawsuit after spot zoning. I've only read the case law on 4 cases. So that's been the premise. A yes vote here eliminates K and FAR, and anybody beyond the 2 projects on the book now will come into that standard or however you modify it. A no vote tonight on this resolution requires no new resolution. Anybody that would come for petition after tonight until we establish something would fall to the K requirements currently in FAR.
In the current 2 facilities being presented, Newcastle and Levine.
Levine and Hickory.
They are grandfathered in. I'm just trying to get some
To
clarification.
my understanding, and how I would apply their applications when they went, yes.
Okay.
So the two that are grandfathered in will not be subject to these regulations that we passed tonight.
Correct. That's correct. There's no way legally that could happen. Now, with that said, if any of them changed their plan, if any of them had, and I want y'all to pick up on some terms that were said tonight, with DC voltage and AC voltage, if one of their plans came back to the planning committee and had an AC application in it, AC application does not exist, correct, Andy? In our existing.
In our existing, no.
Yeah, the planning commission and the BZA may approve a variance to that, but if you grade them to the standards that are in place right now, AC application is not applicable. Any questions?
I'd like to speak, I see kind of like something.
Yes, sir.
We as county commissioners sit on these up here to do what's best for the county, correct? Have any of you walked in any of our schools lately? They're full of them. Where are we gonna get the tax dollars? Down the road to help pay for it. The gentleman just told us how many dollars a solar farm is gonna bring you compared to farming. I don't want farming to go anywhere. I'm not trying to keep farming out the door. my best friends are farmers. But what I'm saying is, you never know on a farm in Pocahontas that they might be using, nobody farms. But you're gonna put a 6-inch water main in there, they're not coming. They'd be stupid, they're not gonna spend that kind of money. There's not, like you said, there's only 6-inch water main in Bolivar Rock. So some of this stuff is absurd. I think we need to get the language better. I'm not against regulations, but they need to be, and us as commissioners need to think about dollars for our county. We're flatlining, we're running off Aluminum, they're in Walden, Mississippi, probably employing 100+ people. We run off Royal Oaks, and we're running off so. I mean, when are we gonna stop? I mean, us as commissioners, we took this seat to help our county, not individuals. I don't want one in my backyard, but I ought to have the right as a landowner, if they come to me and I decide I want it, that would be my right. But as commissioners, we need to think about the dollars and where we're gonna, so we voted out. Next year we raise taxes, we're gonna have a room full of people who don't know why we raise taxes. I mean, it's never ending. I mean, somebody can put a pig farm in, they're gonna come in here, or chicken farm, I didn't do pig farm, chicken farm, and somebody's gonna raise candy back. I mean, it's never gonna stop. But, I mean, we need to think about it as commissioners for our county, the dollars it could bring in, potentially down the road. There may not be another one come after these two. They may see what all they have to go through act of Congress and everyone show back
You
up.
come to argue for or against it, I just want everybody to know that, Silicon Ranch did, turn in their plan for review of the planning commission this afternoon. Both Piccolo and Silicon Ranch IFP line, by all rights, are grandfathered by the decisions already made by this executive body, not me. And I just want you to understand what a yes vote represents and what a no vote represents, so it's crystal clear what you're doing. I highly recommend, as it was recommended tonight, if you do not like this one, that at Todd's request, a committee is formed and y'all bring an alternative. John's point, we don't have you don't get to feed a 6-inch line with a 3, so if the backbone of it exists to get there, if you don't like the setbacks, and my discussions of setbacks was always in relationship to residents. I think you can have one that exists that talks about a setback to residents and a lesser one that sets. Do you realize that in their design, as they build out to the trees, they've got to have a 200-foot setback because of the shade impact to the course of the spinning of the sun rotation on its axis daily. They're going to build that into it. Not by our design criteria. They have to if they're going to build up to the trees. They're going to be 200 foot off. They're accurate. Our current setback is 100 foot. The plan that I looked at this afternoon from Silicon Ranch, they voluntarily have designed a setback against any residence of 500 foot is there. They're trying to be good stewards. But I can tell you that after 18 months, every coin's got two sides. There's nothing you ladies and gentlemen that are going to do that is going to please everybody. Russell will tell you we have batted this thing around since the moment I walked in. You can't take that zoning resolution book and please everybody. Everybody likes the law until it applies to them.
It's been stated it can be amended at any time, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if it passes tonight, can we still do what we talked about doing earlier?
Yes.
And look this thing over? And make some amendments then?
Yes.
I mean, so if we all agreed on that, so we can pass this tonight, turn around and have the committee meet with the zoning and proceed with what we talked about earlier. And we saw fit to do any amendments that can be made. Is that correct?
Correct.
You have that option for every resolution in that book.
Thank you, Mr. DeVere.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brown.
Whatever we do, let's please try our best to get it right, and here's why I say that. We're dealing with an ordinance that was don't, the ones being grandfathered in, we have no more applications on hand, whether this passes or fails. I'm like Commissioner Vickers, I just think some of the language is a little stiff as far as the regulations. I don't have a problem with the regulations. I don't have a problem with people being against solar farms in their backyard. Who does think they're pretty? But it comes down to supply and demand. And yes, solar is an alternate form of energy, but why are they putting them in? Because they need it. And if we get it wrong and it sits in a file, nobody files, so many years go by, I'm looking at our children, our grandchildren, folks. Make no mistake, BEA is not a government entity. Temple Electric's not a government entity. That's where we get our power from in this county. Tennessee Valley Authority is. And the last thing we want is all of a sudden they need more power. They're not gonna ask you if you want a solar farm. They're gonna tell you you're getting one. If you listen to what different people have said, where are they going? They're going by their main line that runs through our county. That's why they're not necessarily in other counties. And like Mr. Kirk said, close to the substation for transfer of power. So please, let's get it right. And if you don't believe that our government will do that, ask our soldiers that's dead in the ground that got drafted.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir. You're recognized, Mr. Graham.
I know we have a motion and a second on this, and it's been stated that we can easily change the guidelines that's put forth, but I've never seen any easily changed at all. But maybe they can. I would charge this commission that not to pass this, and for one reason. I think if we are pressured into getting these guidelines changed, we need to do it quickly and not push this on down the road by adopting this and having that in play for other counties to look at. We just need to not pass this, go ahead and get a committee established and get this worked out where all sides are acceptable. We have a lot of people here tonight against it, and I appreciate your voice and everything, but we have 20 other thousand people in this county that's not here, and to me, that's saying they're not against it. I don't want this commission to be pressured by one or two individuals getting out. We just need to think about everybody, and that's why we need this committee. We need this solar committee to work these details out where both sides, the planning commission has put in many, many hours, and I know because I put in a lot of hours on this also, listening to my constituents out there, and I'm bringing their voice to this table, and that's why I'm saying this.
Commissioner Booker? Sir, okay. All right, before this body, we have a motion and a second for the resolution to pass the first resolution. If there's no more discussion, we will move, okay, yes, sir.
I still want to stress, are we gonna move forward with the committee to meet with them if we revoke this to pass this resolution tonight? Or we gonna sit here and wait about doing it? Are we gonna do it?
We'd have to, if that's the will of the commission, we'd have to, of course.
Well, how we gonna know what's the will of the commission? After 2 or 3 of us bumped the gum about it.
We'll have to make a motion to form a committee, or the mayor can form a committee,
We're not gonna move on it if we got a problem.
We have to form a committee to work but anyway, we have the first and the second on this resolution, to pass this resolution. Is there any more discussion on this resolution as written? All right, Madam Clerk, if you would please, we'll move into roll call vote.
Bell,
yes to accept the resolution.
Buffer,
Yes.
DeBerry,
Yes.
Gillum,
Yes.
Grantham,
No.
Hensley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Kennemore,
Yes.
Blake,
Yes.
Lanier,
No.
Miller,
Yes.
Pope,
Yes.
Sane,
Yes.
Vickers,
No.
Wings,
Yes.
Wright.
Yes. Well, Mr. Pulse says it's stated, I think we need to go with option 2 on that, so. Mr. Kinder, acceptable as far as that goes, as far as it relates to definition. Again, you would look at that, Mr. Kinder can speak to it more so than me, but it will relate to, I think, section 18. If you look on section 3, 14-01, uses permitted, it has utilities, I think that's the only difference in that, isn't it, Mr. Conner? And the difference in it is as it relates to the resolution that was just passed, according to our planner, and to be honest, I'm putting a lot of in Shelton, our planner, you know, about this. And Mr. Condra can probably speak to it a whole lot better than I can. I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Option 2 is what's recommended by the planner, once you pass the original resolution.
In discussion from the public on option 2, we have the first resolution, and the option 2 says, resolution to amend the text of the zoning resolution, Hardeman County, Tennessee, in chapter 2, definitions, chapter 14, provisions governing I-2, restricted industrial districts, and chapter 18, procedures and requirements for site plan review. Is Mr. Moore here, or Andy, would you like to go ahead and expound on that? Site plan review.
You're talking about the section 14-01?
Yes, sir.
As you can tell in most of this stuff, it's just dealing with simple terminology, again, building, you know, county environmental density, site plan. Again, when you get down to the section 3, 14-01, it has to deal with the I-2 districts, which we just added to in the resolution that was passed. Mr. Condor, would that be accurate in that assessment?
This resolution kind of fits with passage.
It does. As you can relate, when we thought the resolution was going to pass, I was asking for option 1. We were going to table 2. This time it's vice versa. We need to table option 1, and Mr. Well, in our planner, Shelton Merrill, who I do put a lot of stock in what he says, that was his recommendation. So again, option 2 and table option 1.
Are there any public comments on this resolution before we move into a vote?
Got a question. If we pass option 2, do we have to do anything to option 1?
Table it.
Just automatically go away.
Absolutely. According to our planner, his recommendation would be to table option 1 and accept option 2.
I'll make a motion that we pass option 2.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Have we passed option 2 for the second resolution here? Is there any discussion on option 2? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, would we please move into a roll call vote?
Bell, DeBerry.
Yes.
Gillum.
Yes.
Grantham.
No.
Hensley.
Yes.
Jenkins.
Yes.
Kennemore.
Yes.
Blake.
Yes.
Lanier.
No.
Miller. Hope.
Yes.
Sane.
Yes.
Vickers. Wayne.
Yes.
Wright.
Madam Clerk, what's the, motion passes. Option 2 passes.
Okay, the fourth item on your agenda, came to us last month on request from Commissioner Bell, and we went through the proper channels, had public hearing, had a lot of citizens that are behind us that came in and with a public hearing in observance of this. What this is, and Commissioner Bell, hopefully I'm not putting you on the spot in relates to this, but I might get you to expand on it if you will. But it is related to grandfathering lots of record in our county.
I'm making some notes here in case I was called on. I've had quite a number of calls from people in the county concerned about the issues surrounding this. And I introduced this, I wound up talking to a number of people, introduced it primarily to try to correct what appears to be an issue in the current zoning, which was stifling our our residential growth. I'm a firm believer that Hardeman County, I mean, it's becoming more and more of a veteran community, surrounding areas around us, and we need to grow. And we need people building houses and paying taxes. We want good families, we want and need good families to move into this county. It's the greatest county in Tennessee. It's a great place to raise your family, and we need to do everything we can to promote that. Last year, I received several calls from people in the district that our current zoning department it had issues allowing permits on certain properties for new houses. And I think it is because, in part, because historically, I think the zoning department didn't really follow the zone, they just ignored it. And the current zoning officer is enforcing what the zoning amendment or zoning has. And it's deals with lots of record. Lots of record are pretty much those lots that occurred before we adopted the zoning ordinances in 1993. Before we then adopted them, obviously there was no regulations in place. This amendment simply exempts these lots of records from certain provisions that the zoning code makes. For example, setbacks, lot sizes, lot widths, densities, primarily the size of the lots. We have currently, there are over 4,000 lots in Hardeman County that this amendment would affect in a positive way. It would currently, in order to get approval to build on these lots, you have to go through a process of getting an exemption for it. And what this does is basically just grandfathers these lots. We've got numerous people that bought properties years ago with the intent of retiring and building a house and moving to Hardeman County, and then they start the process and find out whether the lot size is too small. This amendment will allow the people that own these old and existing lots to be able to walk into the zoning office and get a permit, get a zoning permit, only having a letter from TDEC, basically saying that they are approved for septic approval. It allows them to move forward, getting their building permits, state permits. This rectifies, I think, an issue that is currently
impeding growth in the county. I had, like I said, a number of people call me, some that have been trying to get approved for up to 5 or 6 months. And we don't need to be slowing people down for building houses and bringing families into the county. This amendment also has provision which allows all existing uses of property to continue. Hopefully this will remove any threat of any lawsuits, making, grandfathering it not only grandfathers it in, a lot of these are in the subdivisions that we have in Hardeman County Wood Run, and quite honestly, we don't take care of the roads, we don't take care of, they have their own covenants that they have to follow, and all we're doing is removing a hindrance to them. I think this rectifies the issue due to past inconsistencies within the enforcement of our code. This makes it to where it fixes the problem. Any questions? Does that make sense? Does that pretty well sum it up?
Any questions from the public?
Yeah, well.
From the public? Mr. Norman from Grand Valley, if you'd like to come up and address.
I'm Ron Scott. Thanks for the opportunity to address you tonight. It's almost midnight here.
Commissioner, please.
Anyway, I would like to just kind of give you a little history. I am asking for your support of this resolution to address zoning requirements adversely affecting platted and approved subdivisions that have existing lots of record. GBO is a private gated community. We own the roads, we own the water. We have 3,000 lots platted and approved, and that was done in early 1970. Currently, the Grand Valley Lakes POA, Property Owners Association, owns 1,700 of these lots, affected lots. In October, we were informed that lots less than ½ acre were unbuildable, and that we would have to stop. We stopped selling lots as unbuildable to try to figure out what to do. In some cases, people try to combine lots to get over ½ acre, and they're still in the process of trying to do that right now. Lot sales and resulting dues is the lifeblood of Grand Valley. I'll just give you some implications. So it adversely affects our growth, as was stated earlier. It also negatively impacts Hardeman County property taxes. I'll give you just some examples. Last year we sold 23 lots for $33,500. And that's a good sum of money that comes to Grand Valley. The dues are really the lifeblood for us. And the dues, for example, right now are $931 a year on 23 lots. That's another $21,413. So that sounds great for over $50,000. And then we give back $25,000 to Hardeman County for property taxes, not just on the lots we pay property tax on, but for our buildings, our infrastructure, those kind of things. If Hardeman County, if we could get these lots earlier, we had 23 lots, and the average for 1,550 square foot home, property tax wise, is about $750. So that represents $17,250 annually. Now, obviously, the homes aren't built yet, so it's not revenue you're going to see until the home is built, but it gives them the opportunity. So that's why I implore you, really, to support this amendment so we can move forward and start selling lots. Just to give you an idea, once we found out that it had to go ½ acre, we've only sold 2 lots, and those are the 2 lots that we're trying to make Any questions?
I have,
Yes, sir.
is there currently a remedy? And there is another part of that. I believe you've been working, or if your lawyer has been in contact, of course, with our lawyer, and also Mr. Carey has had work on an issue for another resolution. What, have you considered that resolution?
Well, it'll give us the same opportunity. The issue for us is it's still an administrative issue that we're gonna have to come with 1,700 lots, and I know we'll do that one time, but this other resolution basically clears the deck for us, and we can move forward. Not have
As the one that Commissioner Bell brought
Yes, sir.
forward.
And I think that was passed by the planning commission as a positive recommendation, but I don't want to put words in their mouth.
Andy, was this a positive
It was a positive recommendation, I apologize. It was a positive recommendation by our planning commission to move forward.
Let me be clear real quick. Let me ask you about the state statute. I called the state to ask about a few things. Now, the state statute says there is a remedy that's already prescribed in law that says for a lot that is too shallow or too narrow, the process would be, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, that you would apply and come up before the Board of Zoning Appeals. That is in their authority by state statute, that you would come up before those. And then the variance would be granted because of that it was a lot of record. And the grandfather term, I did ask about that in the state. County Sam Edwards said that's not in the state statute about that. I understand the concept of what you're saying. But are you saying with these lots of record that you want them exempt for these gated communities?
No, what we're saying, because that would make it arbitrary, probably not the right word, Dale, but you can't just pick and choose who you want to exempt and not. So it has to be across the county. If we're just select certain ones, I think we're opening ourselves up for lawsuits. Is that not right?
That's right.
So, I mean, it needs to be countywide. And again, we're not suggesting that new properties that are subdivided go against it. That has nothing to do with it. We have 4,000 lots. And just trust, there's not a lot of building lots in Hardeman County. So if you take those 4,000 out, you're taking out a vast majority of the lots that somebody from Memphis or whoever, if they want to come to Hardeman County and build a house, and they don't want to live on land like me, if they want to live in a subdivision, there's just not a lot of them.
Yeah.
So it's making, I know that it's making it a much easier process to grandfather is not the right word, I don't know what the word is, but to all of those that were lots prior to our adoption of the zoning ordinance in '93, those don't have to go through all of the red tape and hoops, which would prevent these guys from selling the lots, because who wants to buy a lot if they don't know that they can build on it? You buy a lot and then you go, and if you can get an exemption, then you can get built. Well, who's gonna freaking buy a lot if they don't know that they can build a house on it? I mean, this takes away that, and these guys can sell lots, and we can build, and we can get families in Hardeman County, which is what we wanna do.
Taking away are you taking away the building permit, where they have to come in and apply?
No. The only thing that this does, I mean, because we don't reissue building permits, we basically have zoning compliance permits. All of the building permits are gonna have to continue to be bought through the state. The septic tank, it still has to be approved through TDEC.
Yeah.
We're not bypassing any of the state regulations. All we're saying is that instead of, I mean, there's 4/10 of an acre out there that we can't build houses on because it's non-compliant. Well, if it was 5/10, then it would be compliant. So, I mean, it's just a rule that we obviously didn't have before '93 when these things were laid out, and, we can grandfather those in, and people can sell lots because they know that they can build a house. They can get their zoning, because it's approved.
And the state, for clarification, very quickly, the state is behind. I know that's been said, and a lot of things about combining lots and different things, but when you go to get and pull a septic permit, they are behind. They stood in the office up there about 2 weeks ago and said they're at least 2 months behind. So not all of that is county. So let's understand where some of that's coming from. They only have one person in the area that does the soil testing. So part of that is that. So let's be very clear. It's not just one aspect. So, yes, sir.
I did something more ago, didn't understand something, when you said, resolution that Mr. Bell had, then you mentioned you sent him another resolution?
Yeah, there's another one that Mr. Scott's attorney has been working on.
We talked to Chip Carey, because he and George Buster, our attorney, worked together when this issue didn't come up. There was a combining of lots. So they figured out the process of combining lots. And on a phone call that we had with Mr. Carey, he basically kind of laid everything out. But his idea was that at the end, that though we could bring 1,700 lots in one effort and get 1,700 variances, and it was guaranteed that it would be a variance. It said shall be approved. So but it's just another step. And then we've got the rest of the folks who are out there who who've got land but have never built on it. They're gonna have to come and do that same kind of variance.
Yeah, and I think part of that state statute too, what you referred to, when I did call the state, and this has been a month or so ago, I asked them, I said, because it is a vesting period, but when you go to apply at that time to build, you have to go by whatever law is in place at that time. So that's what they referred to. I think did I give you a copy of that one?
I know that Chip Carey sent a resolution that he drafted to George, and George was okay with it.
David Bell is presenting this one tonight. All right.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Mayor Plus, I make a motion to accept.
All right, let's see. Young lady, you need to speak on this for public.
Mr. Mayor, I understand the state statute that you were presenting, that anyone, with one of these properties that, were established before 1993, you can go before the BZA, the Board of Zoning Appeals, and you may ask for a variance. There has been a fee. Is that $100 or $250? I'm not sure. I thought it was $250. Some people have pitched that it could be $100. So let's just say that if we have 4,000 lots here in Hardeman County that apply, you have 4,000 appeals that have to go before the Board of Zoning and Appeals. And as we have been here tonight to almost midnight, we can tell their hands are full. This seems a little ridiculous to hold people to account to regulations that were not even established when their lots were. Also, I think the major point to this is that, yes, we do have a process in place stipulated by the state. Unfortunately, we may not have the county personnel to inform the public about it. So if you go into the Hardeman County Zoning Office right now, you are told that you have to go before the BZA. That you were denied your due process. That's why Commissioner Bell, several of them have gotten calls from your constituents with this problem. Yes, if the state statute, if you have competent county employees that would let us know the regulations this could have been avoided. But as it stands now, it is not grandfathered in. It is not. That is two separate issues.
Yes.
It is an exception for lots of record. That is all it is. It's an exception. It's an exception for your constituents, for the residents of Hardeman County to stop being held up with their building process. We have people in Wood Run who, since January of last year, have not been able to move forward with their construction. That's ridiculous. Why? When they could have easily gone before the BZA and had this problem resolved. Was that presented? No, it was not. You have other residents whose lots have been combined who have not been before the BZA. So again, the inconsistencies of county employees, that's all we're trying to avoid. We're just trying to avoid future bog down from your constituents in Hardeman County and just raise tax revenue. That's all we're trying to do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming up. All right, is there any more real quick on this resolution? Mr. Williams, are you coming up? Mr. Furby, are you coming up? Okay.
All right, thank y'all. Again, all right, I ask y'all to vote yes on this amendment. It has ground everything to a halt. Everything. We can't sell a lot. But now you think about the people that bought these lots years ago, and they're paying for this lake lot that there's $15,000. They're gonna build their vacation house and move out of Memphis, their retirement home. Now they can't build on that lot. Well, Mr. Paul's back there has been had it collecting property taxes on the $15,000 lot. Well, now you can't build on it, well, it ain't worth $15,000 anymore. So, what are we gonna do to get that money back if we don't pass this resolution? Vote yes. Because it's gonna devalue this. We will have no choice to take legal action. We have to. And we've had enough trouble. I urge y'all to vote yes on this amendment. I appreciate Mr. Bell and everybody that's worked so hard on this. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, sir. If there's no more. We have a resolution before this body. That's resolution number 4. Resolution to amend the Texas zoning resolution, Hardeman County, Chapter 3, General Provisions, amending 3.02 regarding non-conforming uses and buildings, adding new provisions for lots of record, corrections, and amendments to existing language within section 3.02 regarding continued uses and exemptions.
I'll make a motion to accept that.
Second.
Thomas Brown.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I already made a motion on that.
Motion's been made. Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Randall. I did not hear you. I apologize, sir.
Motion to accept the amendment.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Speaker. Motion been made and second. Any discussion on this motion? All right. We will have a roll call vote. Yes will be for the amendment as written, to accept it. No to not accept it. All right, Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
Dale,
Yes.
Buffett,
Yes.
DeBeer,
Yes.
Gillum,
Yes.
Grantham,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Kennamore,
Yes.
Lake,
Yes.
Lanier,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
Zane,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Wayne,
Yes.
Wright.
Yes.
All right, for our next resolution, I believe.
I was just gonna introduce a resolution to amend item number 5. This amendment came from the planning commission with a favorable review. Don't want to put Commissioner Wright on the spot. Hope it's okay. He did give our planners some what he would like to see in this particular resolution. Turn it over to Commissioner Wright. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make this short and sweet, but it's past my bedtime. I'm not trying to recreate the wheel. All I'm trying to do is get checks and balances in all of this.
I'm not trying to stop the zoning compliance officer from doing his job. He needs to do his job. He needs to make people comply with what the ordinance says. The only thing I'm asking in my amendment is that before he takes final action, or she takes final action, and to get us into a lawsuit, after all procedures that have been done and exhausted, before we sue any citizen of Hardeman County, that he lets this commission know that he's fixing the file because he has done his due diligence at everything possible on variances, BZA, letters, go above and beyond what he's supposed to do. That's what we're here for, to help the citizens. And they got a tough job. I'm not saying I would not have it. You ain't gonna satisfy nobody. I agree with you. But I'm not trying to stop him from doing his job. I just think we need some checks and balances. And that's what my amendment is that before he carries on with the lawsuit, before he files, he confronts the commission. What is another 2 weeks or 3 weeks before he files? Come to us, let us know, because you know what? We're the ones that got to answer the lawsuits. We got people suing us all the time. Why don't we want more? Why don't we? And what I've heard, a lot of these people hadn't had their due process, their variances or BCA. I mean, so basically that's in a nutshell what I'm asking for. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, I want to ask you one question about the ordinance, or something I didn't understand about the resolution.
Just after, your copy had a red language and red writing in it.
Yes.
Okay, after that first, in that last paragraph there, it says, and upon approval of the legislative body by majority vote. I understand that, and it says, or any other appropriate authority, and upon approval of the legislative body by majority vote. What's the other appropriate authority?
Well, if the commission did not feel like that this board should have the say, then I think that it should be maybe the planning commission.
Okay. Okay.
I think it should be brought from the planning commission anyway. Before it's brought up.
I just want to make sure, because under the state statute, there's other authorities that can enforce it, and I just want to make sure that wasn't what you referred to, but you're talking about another county body.
Right.
Okay.
So Dale, let me ask you a question, please, before we open this public comments. Is this contrary to the state statute?
No.
Because
The state statute allows the county commission to take this action. It allows the attorney general, district attorney, Mr. Pierce, or whoever occupies his position in the future, or residents, neighbors of the properties in violation to take action. And all this says is the county commission wants the zoning department to get permission from them before they file a lawsuit, or from the planning commission, as Mr. White said.
well, under the state statute, it says, it actually says, and please clarify me if I'm wrong, it says that the county building commissioner or any adjacent or neighboring property owner could also, that is specifically damaged by the violation, in addition to other remedies provided by law, they may institute injunction, mandamus, abatement, or any other appropriate action. And it also mentions county attorney. It says, under the authority that was granted, such legislative body, the Attorney General, the Recorder, the District Attorney General, and the County Building Commissioner, or the adjacent or neighboring property owner. So it already has the modes of enforcement in there.
The county commission is just telling you, it's one of the county's employees, this is an extra step we want you to take. It's not contrary to that statute.
To get a majority approval.
Right, it's not contrary, just, you're telling the ambulance authority they have to go get permission before they do something, do the same thing. If you try to take away the zoning department's authority, then that might be a problem, but this is just saying, this is one more step in what you can take before we go and proceed to enforce the zoning violation.
Yeah, because of we have a zoning compliance officer, and no disrespect, but, never done the job before. He hasn't been trained, and that's a heck of a liability and a responsibility in that job. I told him in the last meeting, wouldn't you rather be helped judged by 16 and take it all on yourself?
You asked the question.
No, that's what I told him.
Public hearing for the public, please. Are there any comments from the public? Young lady, would you please state your name as you come forward, please?
Good evening, I'm Samantha Garner. Many of y'all have probably received some emails from me or seen some writing from me in regards to all this. I'm here to support Commissioner Wright's amendment to require the zoning compliance officer to come to the commission in order to file lawsuits against residents of Hardeman County. This ensures all residents are treated equally and his neighbors are not just being the ones pointed out. Y'all have received a 110-page notice of appeal that a group of residents and I have filed with the zoning office. Our appeal is based on the knowledge and authority of the unaffirmed zoning compliance officer. My comment to you, if the county hires someone as a zoning compliance officer that doesn't have any zoning background, shouldn't that officer be in his office, learning his job, learning his book, making sure he knows all I's are dotted and all T's are crossed, instead of going out and targeting his neighbors?
Is this related to the amendment, please,
Yes,
ma'am?
sir.
I would ask you to make that
Exactly.
germane to the amendment, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'm getting there.
Be very careful of what you're trying to do. Don't
I'm-
make accusations against people. This is not a trial, and we had it happen before, and I'm not going to allow that. So if you'd like to keep on, please be germane to the resolution. Thank you very much.
I just want to say I'm not opposed to someone being untrained. It's about being trained, like Commissioner Wright said. You know, he doesn't have any background, and I respect that. Everyone has to start somewhere. I didn't go in and become a manager in 2 days. I went in and I had to work my job to get where I was. So I respect that. You gotta start at the bottom somewhere, 100%. But the thing is you gotta bring it to other people to make sure it's not just his neighbors or someone's neighbors being targeted. You gotta make sure that everyone sees where everything's going.
The accusation of being targeted is noted. Thank you. But that's not what we're here about. We're here about the resolution. Thank you. Anybody else on public comments, please?
I'd like to say one more thing to the board. When I thought about this, and I sent this to Shelton Murphy, our planning, director ever sat with, that we pay for his instructions, right?
That's correct.
So, when I contacted him, I asked him the question, was it appropriate what I was asking for about the checks and balances of that office? He said, yes, it was not out of line. So I said, well, can you write it and present it to the planning commission of what I want of this final say? He said, yes, he thought it was a good idea. So that's how all that got started. Then Mr. Chuck Murr brought it to the planning commission 2 months ago, and they voted on it, and Mr. Shelton presented it to them, and they voted on it. So it's just not my thing. I went through the proper channels of our Southwest planning director that we hired to bring it to our board. I just want to clarify that.
So this does come with a positive recommendation from planning?
It does.
I'd like to make a motion we pass the resolution.
Let me see if there's any other public comments very quickly. Seeing none, no other public comments?
So what I'm understanding that with the resolution, he has to come before the board before he takes action.
Before he file a lawsuit.
Before he file a lawsuit. Just file a lawsuit. Because what I'm seeing from the pictures of my constituents that just came in, that has a rental property adjacent to another property that's abandoned, and he's storing all type of vehicles on that property. I don't see a problem with that. I mean, that's breaking the law to me.
Yeah. And I believe they had been sent non-compliance orders.
Right.
Yeah, so-
And he got vehicles on both sides of the right of way.
And we have to be very careful on that, in my opinion, when the county gets involved in things like that. Why can't neighbors sue neighbors? Why does the county have to get involved with other people's business?
The only reason the county gets involved is the county zoning ordinance says the county gets involved, so. Right. Don't the county involved.
But to make, Mr. Pierce, can Jim come up for a second? I got a question for Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Pierce, could you please?
So, Mr. Pierce, like in that situation there, if you send them a letter and they don't clean it up, who's responding? You put a lien on that property, right? Because they don't clean it up. Who has to clean that property up?
If they don't respond, I turn it over to Mr. Connor, county attorney. He files the legal summons. To my knowledge, we've only been to court one time, with another constituent. The judge decreed that we go back and work out a resolution, that prevented him from tearing down the entire building and moved it out of the state right of way. That cost was at him. I have yet to see a case that went to trial and the judge made a ruling. And we are still subject to the judge's ruling. It's our interpretation, y'all's agreement of the majority, and then we go to see how a judge rules. After that, my knowledge of what I've been instructed by Shutt and Maryland and Chip is that if the judge's injunction was not followed, the county could do that, and in lieu of them not paying for it, that those charges could be assessed to their taxes.
But the county would haven't cleaned it up on the county's expense.
If they did not and still persisted for resolution, that would be the only concern. But the judge would look for them to, and they would be in violation of the judge's order. Beyond that, I haven't experienced how one of them works out to the appeal process and beyond.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Chris.
Sir.
I'm sorry. In my other order, I wanted to ask Chris Williams, you're on the city council, right?
Yes, sir.
What happens in an instance when you have a property? I'm just trying to get some clarification. Just help me out.
So, in the city of Alder, the way that it works is we have a zoning officer, and what he does first is he notifies the property owner that they're, whatever violation, whether it be vacant property, overgrown property, cars, whatever, and we send a certified letter to that property owner. And then if it's, if we receive nothing back again, then we attend a second time. And then after that, we clean up the property, and then we assess it to their, to the property.
Clarification.
Mayor, I call the question.
And we'll end debate. All right, and there was there a motion? Was there a motion? Was there a motion? Well, we call for questions then.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
You made the motion? Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Sorry. There was a second. Motion made and second. Is there any discussion at this time? Commissioner Lane.
You will make a motion now, but I was just gonna say that, in line to the photos, she followed, I can say, she followed every protocol, you know, she did before contacting the, Mr. Pierce. I know she did. She did everything you know, in order, in decent in order, you know, trying to work it out with her neighbor before she even now went to Mr. Pierce. Yeah, that was Miss Turner.
Any other discussion?
So, real quick, I would just say this, y'all got a hard job, you know, it's not easy to make these decisions, but I will say this, you gotta have some type of, policies in place to keep stuff like this from happening. I know that I wouldn't want my street blocked, I don't want the property next to me, run down, vacant, yard overgrown, cars in. So you gotta have something in place to keep stuff like this from happening, or y'all would be the ones up here complaining. And so, it's not easy, because one way or another, someone's not happy with you. But, sometimes I think we're hindered to ourselves because we overthink it. It's not really hard, it's simple. We gotta have policies and procedures in place, to keep things from happening. We got laws that we follow, for a reason. And so that's just something to just think about.
Mr. Mayor, just on the vote, it has nothing to do with my amendment of what we're talking about right now. We need to focus on the amendment of taking legal action. Do we want to be informed before or not?
Well, no, we're not voting on to be informed, we're voting to decide if action needs to be taken. And you kept saying you just need to inform us before you act, but I think the resolution says it got to be, so,
Okay, we have a first and second. If there's no more discussion, our questions being called for, that means the debate shall end. So let's go ahead and have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Bill,
yes.
Buffer,
No.
DeVere,
We vote for the amendment, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Gillum,
Yes.
Grantham,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Jenkins,
No.
Kenmore,
Yes.
Blake,
No.
Lanier,
No.
Miller,
Yes.
Pope,
Yes.
Sane,
Yes.
Bicker,
Yes.
Williams,
No.
Wright.
Resolution passes. That will end our resolutions for tonight. We'll move on to the next item very quickly, our lawsuit update. Nothing, may need to, our next commission meeting will be March the 19th, and I will get with the commissioners, we're gonna have to form a committee.
Do we have to have a whole, can we not, we do our job, we all go, and both committees meet all together? That way won't be no hearsay?
All committee.
All right. Well, we haven't adjourned yet, folks. Commissioner Buckler.
What was the last, settlement?
We haven't had anything from it in a while. I think we're gonna have a attorney-client meeting before the next commission meeting, so we can talk about that. Fair lawsuit, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.